Alright. Well, I was going to wait until the Twitch alert ping went out on my Discord, but Me6 seems to be taking quite a while with that. So rather than just keep waiting for no reason, I'm gonna get started. Oh, and what do you know? Just as soon as I start, it's finally gone out. But yeah. So hopefully, today we're going to be back into normal streaming like I was a few days ago. I was going to do it yesterday, but I was a little bit confused with what was happening with some plans, so I tried doing an earlier stream in the afternoon. That didn't work out, and frankly, yesterday I was just having a bit of an off day. Nothing was really working out, I was in a little bit of a bad mood. But that's all cleared up now, so back into streaming today. A little bit earlier than normal today because I finished eating earlier than normal. I figured might as well start, no point waiting until past. I get that some people might expect me to stream at a certain time, and it's probably good to regularly meet that expectation, but, you know, it was like 15 minutes, it's no big deal. So let's just switch on over to the game screen, which I haven't set up. Oh no, automatically detected CK3, good. And I will just enable the audio. Now, I did, like I said, I tried streaming yesterday, and I did try playing CK3 for the stream, because I was going to do a little bit of achievement hunting just for fun. However, I had that same problem again, where it was just really laggy on Twitch. And I couldn't figure out why, and I really just couldn't be bothered restarting my computer and getting it all set up all over again just to do a little, what was probably going to honestly only be like an hour-long stream, because it was only going to be a quick test one for the afternoon. But I did actually restart beforehand this time, so hopefully, you know, it works like the other two times it did and we don't have the lag. Evening Mango, how's it going? Nice to see you again. If you don't mind, would you actually be willing to help me diagnose the streaming game and see if it is lagging like it was before when you joined that time? As I was just explaining, I did restart my computer, which has fixed it in the past, so hopefully it should be working fine now. I can, of course, like, tab out myself, it's a little hard to catch sometimes, so I'll just move around, I'll zoom in and out a bit. It might lag a little bit at first when I'm zooming in and out because I have to load the map myself, but it should be fine now. If it's still lagging now, then we have problems. It's not. Was that was that premature? Is it lagging now, or it's still dead? Ah. Oh. Let me... Oh, it really isn't all in it. I can... Oh, what is... This is getting frustrating now, if I'm honest. I've tabbed into Twitch on Google Chrome to look for myself, and not only is it really laggy, like you're saying, but it is really far behind. Like, normally I have a delay of, well, maybe like 5 seconds or something, because, you know, it's me that is streaming. But right now, it's like maybe 30 seconds to a full minute behind. Like, I've only just started moving around on my end. Ah. Does OBS have any error? Let me have a look. OBS says I'm meeting the bitrate at 6,000 kilobits per second, which is ideal and perfect. CPU is at 2%. It's running at 60 FPS. 0% dropped frames. I don't know what's wrong with it. I can't seem to get it right anymore. I haven't changed anything at all. And I was really hoping that restarting my computer beforehand did work. The weird thing is though, like, assuming you can see at the same time as I can, in which case it's like a minute ago now, when I'm not moving the camera around, the game is fine. Like, I can see the outline of Sweden there, flashing, like, at a normal, smooth rate. But, Jesus, how long is it going to take to catch up? But, yeah, I imagine when I move again, it is still going to be laggy for some reason. I was really lenient with it yesterday as well when I was trying to do a little achievement hunting stream. Like, I gave it like 10 minutes, I ran the game for a little bit, did a couple of events, went into the Royal Court even, but it never seemed to settle. Maybe OBS has an error if, like, as soon as it happens, so I have to be like really quick to catch it. Let me move around for a few seconds so I have a bit of a bigger window to check OBS with. Try and move with WASD as well. Maybe that helps. I doubt it though. Right, OBS, let's see. Ooh, there is an error. Encoding overloaded, consider turning down, and it's gone. For fuck's sake, OBS. Let me move around again and see. But it is good to know that there is an error what I can read, if I can only catch it in time. It's encoding overloaded. That is sort of familiar because when I streamed 3 years ago, there was certain games which I couldn't stream because they basically did what CK3 is doing now. They were really laggy and just a bit more like a presentation than a stream. Consider turning down video settings. I didn't see whether that said in the game or in OBS. This might be a flop of a stream then, Mango. Which is a bit of a shame, because like I said, it is nice to see you again. Why can't OBS just, like, consistently tell me what the error is? It popped up for like 2 seconds and then it disappeared again. But encoding... The encoder is the same I've been using for like the past week and a bit. I can't watch most days because you stream when I'm at school. Oh. Well, I try and like counter that a little bit by streaming in the evenings my time, but I guess it's still not good enough. I could only really stream earlier, which I don't think would help at all, because unless maybe you're like on... I don't actually know where exactly you're from, but maybe you're on the western side of the continent, in which case streaming a lot earlier might help. But then I'm not sure how much you'd want to watch me, of all people, let alone a stream before school that early in the morning. You're 7 hours ahead of me, so it doesn't really help. Right, well, I might have to cancel the stream and... You know what, I'm gonna have to disable, like, the alert that goes out whenever I go live, so I can, like, go live, cancel, go live and cancel, just until I can get my settings figured out. I need to, like, Google and look into this, I think. But I never found a fix for it 3 years ago when I had this issue, so I am a little bit concerned that it's happening now. Maybe if I change the graphics in-game somehow. Let's think. Oh, you know what? I think anti-aliasing. I might have realised that was disabled. Oh no, I'm thinking of Half-Life, not. But, God, what setting would I even change? VSync? Maybe that'll do something. But, yeah, I don't mind if you want to go, Mango, because this has basically now transitioned into a diagnostic stream rather than a real stream. So, if you don't fancy staying, I don't blame you, because I'm not really going to be playing the game right now. However, on the off chance I can figure something out, I will let you know, I guess, if you were interested. I can't believe how far behind the stream is, though. Like, something has changed in the past few days. Probably leaving, go to Timmy's. Oh, Tim Hortons. Because I'm hungry for breakfast. Yeah, that's a good idea, you do that. Wait, hang on a minute, I just finally the stream caught up after I turned on VSync. So, has it worked? Annoying thing is, since it's got this massive delay, I have to wait ages to actually see if it is working or not. Like, I was tabbed out reading chat then, so nothing was happening on the screen. I mean, it's good that it looks good, but this delay is still gonna be really inconvenient. I'm pretty sure there is a setting... pre-pass mode? Pre-pass improves the bitrate distribution within a sequence, however the effects of this may vary from card to card. Enabling this reduces encoding performance. Well, we don't want that because my encoding is already bad. It looks good, move around some more. Well, I actually did, like 2 minutes ago. Oh, it's doing it. Ah, my god, it worked. Wait, are you kidding me? Seriously, it's just a matter of turning on VSync. I really want the stream to catch up, though. I don't like being 2 minutes behind because, you know, I like reading chat and interacting with chat, so if I'm 2 minutes late to reading messages, or, well, on your end, it'd be like hearing it 2 minutes late, I guess. Stream scheme, how to set up a Twitch delay. I don't want a Twitch delay, I want no Twitch delay. Hi, Leon, forgive me, I'm going to pronounce your name wrong here. I think Leon Sitoaquaris. This is a little bit of a diagnostic stream. I appreciate you turning up, especially this early into the stream, but I must warn you, something is a little bit funky with my stream setup at the moment, where it is very... Well, we've seemed to have fixed the lag, actually, but I have got a really big delay at the moment. Call you Leon? Okay. Yeah, that's a lot easier. Yeah, I'll call you Leon then. Twitch may have just given you a delay, so it couldn't hurt to check. Yeah, let me have a look at that, because there is a setting, I remember seeing it somewhere. I can't remember whether it was on OBS or on Twitch. I'll have a look at the link you sent, though, in case it is on there. Oh, it is actually stream key and preferences. Say me when you say this. Wait, what? Say me when you say this. Say... I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean there, Leon. 6 seconds. Wait. Oh my god, you know what? The audio might actually be ahead of the game. Let me just move the camera and tab out and see. Okay, it's still not moving. We might be onto something here. I think the video is really far behind, but the audio isn't. Because it's still just looking at England. Audio seems in sync with the game. Right, I'm going to move somewhere in the map, and I will say as soon as I've moved there what I am looking at. India. You're seeing Sweden, I'm seeing England, and I just moved the camera to India. Wait, you can see India? Holy shit, so it is... For us, it's food. Food? Good. Okay, well, maybe I just need to refresh my Google Chrome then, because I'm looking in the middle of Russia right now, apparently. I didn't even consider that the problem might just be on my end. Like, as in just watching the stream back like that. I'm going to refresh my stream manager then, and maybe it'll have caught up. But I can't believe VSync was the solution to the issue which I was having. If only I would have tried that 3 years ago when I was playing Mordhau. I really wanted to play Mordhau on stream, but I couldn't... Well, I just couldn't because it was lagging. Oh, it is fully caught up now. Because I've moved the camera. Oh, good job, lads. Thanks for helping me figure that out. It was a little bit of a mess, but we've done it. We can actually stream. We can play the game. I was really worried, if I'm honest. I thought I was going to have to, like, stop streaming for, like, a week or something and labour over issues and trying to figure out what went wrong. Oh, thanks for the raid, Horrocks. We literally just started stream, like, basically 20 minutes ago, but I'd say 18 minutes of that were diagnosing a weird issue I was having. But I'm pleased to say that the problem is fixed now, just in time for your guys to come and join us. I hope you are having a good stream, Horrocks. Were you also playing Crusader Kings 3? I might as well actually start playing my own game now, because I've waited long enough. Raid, raid, raid! Nice. Well, shit. 9 viewers already. I'm a little bit surprised here. This hasn't happened before. Ah, what a way to start the game as well. Someone's trying to kill us, plush an exotic carpet. From Jarl Harald here. Oh, we're trying to make friends with him last I remember as well. You were playing CK3, chose a random ruler, he's in Africa. Oh, that's always fun. Have you ever tried doing a Quantum Leap type game? I think Arumba, if you know who he is, he started doing that on Crusader Kings 2, and he also ran it for a couple of other games, where basically you just pick a random ruler, you play for the entire life of that ruler, and as soon as he dies, you hop on over to another random ruler. I really like doing that. Though, since there's so many rulers down in Africa, it feels a little bit biased to get an African ruler. Let's... Oh wait, we're not the one being targeted with the carpet here. We're the one targeting him. A little bit silly, but very foreign culture to me. Oh, that is so interesting. Yeah, definitely give it a go. And the best thing is you can do it to basically any Paradox game, so CK3, EU4. Though it gets a little bit weird with things like EU4, because obviously it's not so clear-cut when to, I guess, switch character. You can still do it when your ruler dies, but with some governments that gets a little bit awkward. So for EU4 it's probably better to just do it at fixed intervals, at like, say, 10 years, 15 years or so. But CK3, it is very fun, because you can end up playing as one character, say, the King of West Francia for 50 years, and then your next character might suddenly be the enemy of that king, so now you're suddenly playing against your own realm. It's a really good challenge. Test. Are you starting a new game? Actually, no, this is a game we've played on stream a few times already. We are currently the King of Brittany, but I keep calling the game Cornwall anyway for continuity's sake. The idea is we're just going to try and take over Great Britain and Ireland. Maybe convert a few places to Cornish. And we're also going to convert to Lollardy later down the line, just for a bit of a lol. Yeah, let's send this guy a carpet then. I've dwelled on that event long enough. I might have to put my glasses on again because my old man eyes are struggling to read the chat right now on my phone. I really need better glasses as well, so... Are you testing links there, Leon? Is everything okay? Why everything with a dot is a link? Are those dodgy links? Do I need to check these out? Oh no, you're just playing around. Okay. Well, let's try and get fully into this game now then, because we've waited long enough. We're being raided. We don't care about this. We don't care if our vassals get raided. That is a funky coat of arms for House Dublin there. He just doesn't know that links are everything with a dot between. He's playing around. Leave him be. But yeah, last stream, we didn't do much for like 2, maybe 3 hours, and then in like the last half an hour we conquered half of Ireland in one fell swoop. Basically this entire duchy, I think this, and then we also got these as a bonus because they were under the same ruler. It was very cool. But yeah, I think for today we want to finish up cleaning Ireland here, take on Connacht, maybe start making some moves against Alba, and then finally we should be strong enough to turn to England. Gullible wife. I can barely contain my glee as I find Duchess Cathane? Because it's got the accent maybe? Jarl Harald's wife, waiting for me along with a small equipage. If I could get her to help me in my scheme. You sent word that you wanted to see me, my lord. So this is just basically to make them fall out? Sure. Anyways, I'm going to head off to get breakfast, maybe back later. See you later, Mango. Enjoy your breakfast. Take Wales first, it's easier once you have that to defend. Oh, yeah, that actually, I didn't consider that because Wales has only just split off from England. I think these guys, yeah, these guys are brothers, so this is a result of partition. Very new situation that developed. And I think you are right, yeah, at the end of last stream we were considering conquering Wales. Because that is actually a possible target now. 2,500 men, we easily outnumber them. Their only ally is their own vassal, so that won't be much help. Game's telling me that we've got like a new notification, but I don't think we do. I already checked through these before I started the stream. Ooh, technically we could create the Kingdom of Ireland. That's actually a bad thing, because I believe we're still on... Yeah, we're still on Confederate partition, so when we die, we're actually going to lose everything we have in Ireland. That is not great. We might have to do a little bit of disinheriting, maybe a little bit of vow-taking, if possible. In my country, we are dining, so I have to go do dinner. Well, I'm glad that you could join us for the diagnostic start of the stream, Leon. Hope to see you again later. Enjoy your dinner. What is this? A faction. Independence faction, led by none other than Jarl Harald, the guy we just subjugated. And that, I was also going to explain, is why we're trying to kill him. And sway him at the same time. We were just seeing which would work out first. Either he loves us, or he dies. There is no choice in the matter. Thank you for the follow, Splat the Rat, it's much appreciated. We got a new perk to unlock. Sound Foundations. Very nice. If we have more kids, this will only get better. Each living child gives you one random skill. I think we only have 4 kids at the moment. Yeah. But still, we've got some pretty nice stats right now. Especially considering we don't even have the Genius trait or Intelligent or anything like that. We don't even have Ambitious, which is +1 to everything. This is all pretty natural and homegrown stats right here. This faction is worrying me, I will be honest. Am I missing something, or did Wales just, like, get twice as big? They didn't have Lancaster before, right? Did, like, this guy just conquer it or something? I could have sworn they didn't go all the way up here like that. Maybe I was blind. They took the Mersey! Oh god. Oh, Liverpool. Maybe they're actually going to start spreading the Welsh culture as well. That would be nice for us, because later down the line, we're wanting to basically Celtify all of Britain. And even though the Welsh and Cornish are not quite the same, they are our cultural brothers, and we will appreciate them all the same. Which is something we were looking at, and I just remembered. We were going to spend our prestige and reform Cornish, because I really liked the look of culture blending. Cultural acceptance gain plus 25%. I figured that's going to be really useful, considering we already control Breton lands, we're going to control more of Ireland, Gaelic, Cumbrian, Scots, Anglo-Saxon, Welsh. We're going to be a very multicultural empire. So, you know what? We got plenty of slots, we can always save up more prestige and get more later on, but for now, I'm going to get this. I'm sure there's probably better traditions I could have taken, but I like the look of that one. Will that affect piety for realism? It won't affect piety, no, it's just to do with culture. If we look at it again, it's going to make it cheaper to create hybrid cultures, not relevant to us, because we're going to try and stay pure Cornish. Rulers of this culture use the learn language scheme more often. Sure, cool. And then, as I just pointed out, cultural acceptance gain 25%. That's what we really like the look of. Or were you asking that question in relation to something else? I do like this. We got 2 events pertaining the same man at the same time. One is to sway him, one is to murder him. Well... we get a little bit of prestige from this, even if he dies, it doesn't... Yeah, sure, and then let's see if we can kill him as well. Alright, did it work? Ah, it did. Jarl Harald is dead by the lethal bite of a deadly spider. The spider struck not long after he retired to his chambers, and although guards were called, no one could do a thing to save him. Thankfully, spiders do not talk, so the attack cannot be traced back to me. My little friend has done its work well indeed. So, Now it is a 3-year-old boy that is in charge of this land. Technically speaking, he's still like our most powerful vassal, but I don't expect him to do much against us for the time being, so that is a little bit safer. That has also knocked down this faction by quite a bit, so we can focus on appeasing these other guys instead. Love overall. Sorry, I'm still a little confused, Splat. You're going to have to explain. Apparently this guy is the most powerful guy in the faction now. Not even 1,000 men, just under. Still, might as well sway him. It doesn't help that we have a few Norse vassals now, because the cultural differences between Cornish and Norse are... minus 30 opinion for cultural acceptance, which really isn't great. Ideally, we need these vassals to become Cornish, or even Irish, because we're at least building cultural acceptance quite quickly with that, because we control half of Ireland. Technically, we could actually hybridize with Irish, because even though Cornish and Irish are both Celtic, they're different types, because Cornish is Brythonic and Irish is Goidelic. But, like I say, I think we want to stay pure Cornish and true, so we'll just reform it instead of hybridizing. Bit of an extra challenge, really, because hybridizing is so much easier than just reforming an existing culture. The Papal Sugar Daddy is coming through again. The Pope is, of course, our friend, which is very nice to have. He's basically always going to give us money every time we ask now, I think, unless we're already super rich, and, well, if we don't even have the pie to ask in the first place, but we should do. I'd like it more if the kill plots were just them getting battered by assassins rather than spider attacks or eating dodgy kebab on St. Kipper's night. I mean, I like the variety, what you can get in assassinations. Don't get me wrong, I do like a good battering as well, like you. That is always fun, but I do also appreciate the subtlety of having a spider or a snake dropped into their bed at night. To make my vassal Earl Elith more susceptible to my attempts at approaching him, I can include a compliment in my next missive to his court. I will be sure to mention his forgiving nature. I mean, on the surface, he doesn't really look forgiving to me, except maybe for trusting. But the game is usually right when it gives you this top option in this event, so we'll go for that. It doesn't often go wrong for me. What should go wrong now? There we go. Greetings, my liege. Our recent correspondence has been a source of joy. See, I told you it'd work. Now, what are we going to spend our money on? We should actually pause and consider that for a moment, rather than leave it building up while we're doing nothing. I remember. We were going to replace these light footmen, because I don't like them. I'm going to replace them with pikemen, maybe? We've already got bowmen, we've already got light horsemen, mangonels, armoured footmen. So, yeah, pikemen. Don't get me wrong, the light footmen do have a place, especially when you've got more men-at-arms slots later on. But for now, while we only have 5, I like the variety, and I like having basically more specialised stuff. I feel like we're going to get more use out of pikemen than we will just some light infantry. Ooh, I think I found the reason why some days are more rat-free than others, my vassal Count Hawk happily declares as he moves aside to reveal a servant holding a very displeased cat. It wriggles in an attempt to free itself from the scratched-up arms of the servant, meowing in a rather endearing fashion. I'd say this is one successful rat hunter. In fact, it was in the middle of a wrestling match with a fat one when we found it. What say you? Should we adopt this cat? Of course. Now is the time to give name suggestions for the cat. Speaking of naming, I should actually name some characters after chat like I say in the title. So while I'm waiting for a suggestion on the cat name, I'm just going to look in my family tree for someone that isn't named. Nice bit of lag there. Right, we have plenty of grandchildren here. Just going from left to right, we have Gwenmon, who is too old to be renamed, but we have Felix here. I forgot that it doesn't appear over the family tree, you have to actually close it to rename it. And for this, we are going to go for Horrocks. Thank you again for that raid earlier, Horrocks. Much appreciated. You are now in the game. And then next, I also wanted to... Let's see. It does take a while to load the family tree when you first click it. Breed here, too old. 18, 16, is that? Yeah, too old. It has to be 15 or younger, I think, for you to rename. That's already Conway. We can rename our Ken. Our Ken shall be renamed to Splat the Rat. Much better name. Congrats, you're now in the game, Splat. And we'll leave it at that for now. I do have a list, the activity feed, which I can go through and recycle names, but I decided to take a break on that last time we streamed, because it started to feel a little bit weird having like 3 people of the same name alive at the same time. Thanks, mate, no worries. Can I please help? Sure, what do you want to help with? I'm just going to pick my own name for the cat then, since we didn't get any suggestions. I've done this on previous streams of others. Okay. I'm listening. Well, reading, I guess. White Fur. I mean, Snow is a fine name. Oh, the cat will be called... Ah, you have a name. Just in time, I was about to do that there. Splikel Keetian. Sure. Why not? In fact, is it easier to just copy-paste that? Yeah, let me tab out and... There we go. Splikel Keaton. Great name. Thanks for the suggestion, Splat. Now, what are we doing? We spent our money on... How many levels did we get? We got 3 levels of Pipeman, which is alright. Still got space for upgrading. No problem, Splat. Thank you for the name suggestion, I guess. We're waiting on ransoming this lad here, Gormgus, because we wanted to get the full 50 gold, but I'm starting to feel a bit impatient with this. Ah, you know what? He's not going anywhere. So I'll try and hold out with my patience a little bit longer. Next, we can look at these. We'll hide that. This is a concern. The fact that Ireland is going to form on succession, let's just double check that. Yeah, it is. Currently it's set to go to the God Emperor Jeb Bush, who is our younger son, an intelligent and charismatic negotiator. And our primary heir is, a military man, Prince Scarecrow. Going to be Scarecrow the Second, actually. Because our dad, yeah, there we go, our dad was called Scarecrow. So that's a nice touch. Happy to take all names from here to save you vital time. Splenjamin Button. Amazing name. Oh, I see what you're doing now. Is that the splur coming from your own name? So you're cheekily inserting your own name in a way. We can marry off our granddaughter. Do we need an alliance? How are we looking on that front? We currently have an alliance with Sweden. They're constantly dragging us into wars, but they still have a decent manpower pool, so that's, we'll hang on to that. We got Cantabria, which is also very nice. They're not independent, but even as a vassal, they have nearly 5,000 men, so that is also a good alliance. Which makes me believe that we don't really need a new one. I mean, just for safety's sake, we could then get an alliance with the King of Leon. I think that's how you pronounce it. Again, it has an accent, so I'll try and add a little bit more inflection to the letter. Is she... she is our primary heir's daughter. Our primary heir has a lot of daughters. 4 daughters and 1 grandson. If the grandson dies, the inheritance will revert to the daughters. Ah, we already thought of that, I see. So, at some point last stream, we've already married her off matrilineally in case it does revert to her. The second daughter isn't, but shouldn't be a problem. So yeah, why not? Let's just go for the alliance. I think we've got plenty of, backups in case the inheritance goes awry later on. We're playing on speed 3, which I think will stay on for now. Splimhenman, yes, it is. Splistina Aguilera. Amazing. Do we want to attack Wales then? Now would be like the best time to do it because there is the danger that Wales and England could like re-inherit and combine again at some point. It's not too likely, but it's definitely not impossible either. We do have a couple of claims already from my favourite character, Lord Lead the Beautiful, our best friend in all but name. I've given him a pardon like 4 times. We don't care that he's a murderer, a kinslayer, ugly, excommunicated, irritable, a schemer. Just an all-round bad person to most people, but we see him for his true colours. He's a nice guy at heart. And he has a claim on Brishiniog. Here. The other one is also him. Wait. This guy appears twice for the same claim. Bit of a bug, I guess. Whatever. Get him landed on, son. To the Serene King, I am the Viking of Brittany. So our new alliance with Leon is already being tested here. He's calling us into a war against Zenzia? I don't know how to pronounce this. I always just read it in my head as Zenzia, though. It's an interesting name. I think the, Christian name is just Badajoz, maybe? I might be wrong on that. Don't quote me. Zenzia. Is that confirmed? Very tempting to just ransom this guy. I'm constantly clicking back on it. I was doing this last time as well. Zenzia. Zia. Not ear. Ia? Zenzia. Yeah, but I mean there's just an I, so maybe Zenzia? Ear? Yes. Okay, great, we got it. I can now pronounce Zenzia. Oh no. We lost Duke Armagale, the Duke of Leinster. Which, that might mean... Oh no, it's the other way around. I just remembered, yeah, because last time we generated a random character to rule the Isle of Man for us. Except it turns out that button doesn't generate random characters, it can reuse existing ones. So it pulled up this nun, who is actually a part of our family. And since she's a nun, she can't marry. She has no kids. So annoyingly, when she dies, it's going to pass over to Leinster, because that is, their brother and sister. And there's nothing I can get her murdered. That'll just speed up the problem. We could... I don't know. We can't really frame her for a crime or anything. We can sort of get him murdered. Well, I don't think that'll fix the issue either, because then it'll pass on to Brefok here instead. And Leinster is also already set to pass on to Brefok. I think, simply put, these two basically have the same line of succession now. Revoke title, surely? I mean, I could. For 20 tyranny. Well. But I don't really want to take that opinion loss with every other vassal we have. Because at the end of the day, it is just the Isle of Man. It's a single county, and a pretty small one at that. It's only tribal as well. So even if it does pass on to Leinster, it isn't the end of the world. Been trying to play this by revoking titles and it just goes to pot. Yeah, because if you don't have a claim on the title, you're just being tyrannical, and people don't like a tyrant. How is our Chancellor? Okay, so I think we put our Chancellor into the position of Marshal, because he's better at that anyway. And then in the position of Chancellor, we appoint this guy with 20 diplomacy. We're currently integrating Cornwall into the Kingdom of Brittany. I think I remember pointing out that was a little bit pointless before as well. We'll have to reconsider that. I think you need to claim her thing. Some good clubs in Isle of Man would be nice. Maybe we can build some. Maybe we'll fill this extra slot in Ramsey with a new nightclub. Oh, that war's over. Defeat. The Lollardy Caliphate clash against the Kingdom of Leon. So, what? They took one county? Is that it? That is part of the county of Huela. Yeah, so they just took one county. So that's not the worst border clash. Still not great that our ally was weakened. They do now only have 1,000 men. West Francia just won a war and claimed Burgundy, so now they're a little bit big. We're currently at war with Lotharingia, apparently. Oh, of course, because another one of our allies is Aquitaine. The Crusader Kingdom of Aquitaine as well, might I add. And interestingly enough, through sheer luck, the Crusader King of Aquitaine is married matrilineally to my daughter. This is just sheer luck. We didn't set this up and plan this. It's just, I married her off matrilineally because, you know, as the fallback plan in case our grandson dies and it inherits to a female instead. And it turns out that the guy they make the King of Aquitaine is that candidate, her husband. So at some point we might end up inheriting Aquitaine because that's pretty direct to us. But we're not actually bothering about that war. We're not helping Aquitaine. It is an offensive war, so we're not really going to lose anything from that. Your neighbour, Queen Margaret, won against... Alright. Okay, who is this guy now? Oh, the son of the guy we murdered. He's wanting my daughter Soulburner 65. Such a ladylike name. I love it every time I read it. He's wanting her to visit court and have a little play. How nice. Sure, we'll send Soulburner over and have a play. Maybe they'll become friends and it'll be a start of a whole new friendship between the Agdas and the Kernos. Greetings, my serene liege. I've arrived in Launceston to pay homage. Ooh, we do like that. He's even brought me some money as well. That's always appreciated. He kneels in deference as attendants bring forth his gifts of coin and precious objects. Beautiful. I'm going to ransom this kid because I'm sick of seeing the notification. We can sponsor... We have quite a few things lined up here, and we do have the money, so... Very competent for both of them, very competent for that. So do we want a brooch, an adventure to Western Europe? Oh, I should pause. Or do we want an adventure to also Western Europe? 59 gold, 68 gold, 50 gold. I mean, we could send both of the women to Western Europe. Oh my god, it's her again. We were talking about her at the end of the last stream, because, yeah, we were checking this inspiration out. She's 71 years old. She's going to die as soon as she crosses over to France or wherever she's going. We're not paying for her adventure. We could do this one, though. Just for the sake of trying to find some more artifacts. We do have money at the moment. And then we'll also get this brooch. See what we get from that. Is the stream still looking good, by the way? Because I got the horrible feeling just then that it was lagging again. Just for no good reason. Just eternally paranoid now that the stream has gone to shit. Ah, our vassal, the Duke of Brittany, has claims on Connacht for some reason. Alright, here's the inspiration. Time has come for me to depart upon my adventure, my king. My beneficiary, Ilva, bows as well as she can while weighted down by heavy bags. Before I leave, please tell me, is there anything specific you want me to keep an eye peeled for during my journey? How's our court looking? Do we really... Are we desperate to, like, fill any slots, maybe? Wrong one. We need books, but I don't think that's an option, is it? No, we can't ask her to bring a good book back. We need small wall ornaments, so maybe an animal hide would fill that, I think. Or we could just ask for a trinket. I think that could end up being like a personal inventory item. Let's just leave it to luck. I trust your instincts. Go get what you want. And then the other... Oh no, this is the exact same inspiration. Okay, the same woman. On a visit to the tavern in Launceston, I spy one of the patrons at the heart of all attention. She is more grizzled than the rest of the patrons and smells as if she has been there for an age. To my horror, I recognise my adventurer Ilva. She literally just asked me before setting off what she wants me to get her. Wait, did that make sense? What she wants me to get... No, wrong way around. What I want her to get me. So, I mean, yeah, sure, a little bit soon to be judging her. She's only just set off. Maybe she just wants a pint before heading out. 36% chance she just runs off with the gold. That's not good. Or we just guaranteed stop sponsoring her. Well, I do want this adventure to succeed, so 63 chance, let's hope. Ah, the adventure continues. Great. Do we have any claims ourselves? For some reason, I'm guessing through our mum. Yeah, I guess our mum inherited it from our granddad. But yeah, through her, we have a claim on Lombardia. A little bit pointless for us to press a claim on. I don't think we'd win either. Maybe with all our allies' help, we could take on West Francia. But again, we don't really need Lombardia. It's not a vital part of the Kingdom of Brittany. Shall we fabricate on someone then? The game said one of the tiles we can create is... Oh, I thought it said we could create Suffria. Oh, it already exists, so guess not. We could try and take this duchy though, because we already control 2 of the counties for it. Be a very easy kill as well. Let's go for that then. And then Wales. It really would be a good idea to take them on while they're split from England. My lord, a message from your adventurer Ilva, the servant says, handing me a scroll. My search has led me to the plains of Hohenberg. They are notoriously boar-infested, but I have good reason to think that my goal is near. Already? I expect my return soon. Signed, Ilva, the scroll reads. Oh. She surely is ambitious to choose such a risky path. Every time I get this event, I go for this option because I think it seems the best one. 53% chance though of slightly higher quality and progressing. Said that a bit weird then. Progressing. 50-50 chance of gaining 2 progress or wounded. Yeah, I think I'm just going to do what I normally do and go for this. By God, I hope she doesn't have to fight one. And she did it. She killed a wild boar, got higher quality, and gained progress. You love to see it. Maybe we look for a claimant for the Duchy of Powys or Gwynedd. Because then we can take a decent chunk out of Wales, and then it'd still be our vassal. Let's look at claimants for Gwynedd. We got a guy here, Rodri, and he would actually come to our court. Well, that was easy. Didn't even have to pay him. A traveller claiming to be employed under my beneficiary Ilva is brought before me, carrying a message from the adventurer. Fear not, my great lord, for Ilva is in good health. I bring you news of the possibility to fund an even greater adventure. You see, Ilva took a wrong turn somewhere and is now near the Mearns. She were in Germany a minute ago. She was in Hohenberg, I think. Let me just see where that is. Find title. Hohenberg is here. Yeah, north of Bavaria. Near Bohemia. And she's taken a wrong turn somewhere and ended up on the coast in Scotland. Yeah, a bit of a wrong turn. Just a bit. Ilva's travelling companion unfurls a dirty map to show me where they ended up. She has enough funds to make it to Western Europe as planned, but suggests that with some additional funding she can chase up on a local rumour and bring home a great artefact. I mean, you gotta fund it, haven't you? Because, you know, even higher quality. In my experience, you basically just want to chase the higher and higher quality in these event chains. Because it usually pays off. Or at least a lot of the time. It's not like we're dirt poor. Like, we are going to make that money back soon anyway. I spot my wife, Beliarda, chatting excitedly to Gralon, listing ideas and suggestions for his brooch. Ah, we're finally hearing back about the other inspiration we funded now. My metalsmith is barely concealing his contempt, clearly annoyed at my spouse's interference. And as you are forging a brooch, she goes on, it may as well match my grandmother's old brooch. Part of Gralon's soul seems to be dying. 55% chance of lowering the quality. Well, like I was just saying, I always try and chase the higher quality thing, but 44% chance isn't great. And even worse, if it fails, it ends up getting lower, so maybe not worth gambling this one. We've got a pretty great relationship with our wife. We don't need to worry about losing 10 opinion. So yeah, come darling, let's leave it to the expert. Leave the poor lad be. So, let's act on Wales now, because we invited that claimant to Gwynedd over. We might as well act on it. Oh, and just in time as well, because look at that. They are actually bound to rejoin into one kingdom at some point. Does Wales have... Ah, that's why. Because since Wales was created from partition, it also inherited the existing succession law England had, in which case Saxon elective was the one. So I guess the Lords of Wales are just voting to reunite with England, basically. I'm surprised the Lords of England aren't voting to have the successor be the King of Wales in turn. I suppose they probably like their king more, so they're just going for his son. Makes sense. Oh, we keep repairing this terracotta toy fowl, because I do like the one learning it gives, but maybe we have to let it go at some point. Can't be holding on to this forever. It's not even that good, it's just we haven't had anything decent to replace it with. Our morsel of St. David is literally like about to break as well. It has 0 years of life left in it. That's a shame, because the +4 opinion with Catholics has been really quite nice, actually. We got that very early on. And even though they're very, like, low-tier, fairly common artifacts, I like to think we got some good use out of having them. But anyway, let's attack Wales. Stop till... Oh, god damn it. We don't even have the money. We can't attack Wales, of course. Silly me. The first time it happened, I barely even gave it a moment's thought. But my cousin Duke Gorlois, is it French? Cornish, so it's probably Gorlois, I think, has grown bolder. His challenges no longer pass unnoticed among my vassals. Right. Is he conscientious, or at least wants people to think well of him? He's probably conscientious, because he's shy. Objectified due to his appearance? Probably not. There's nothing to suggest that. In fact, he's probably got a strong body, so definitely not. Cowardly or wants to keep the peace? Again, that would sort of fit with shy, maybe even patient, but I think this fits with shy better. So let's try this. All problems will be blamed on him. You failed to manipulate. Damn, it didn't work. Wrong choice. Well, I thought that was pretty sound reasoning, to be honest. Maybe it's time to switch lifestyle for us, because I don't see much point in continuing to keep doing diplomacy. I can't remember selecting it in the first place. So we can take Patriarch, which is nice enough for the family opinion, the stress loss, the house opinion as well, because we have a couple of vassals which are in our house. Not sure about the fertility, because we're already going to have to deal with partition on our succession, which isn't great. But I think our wife is old enough now that she probably won't bear us any more children. Why did we switch to diplomacy? It might have just been on succession I picked it because that's already what we were halfway through, I think. 20 years ago we started playing as this guy, so he was already 40, so yeah, he probably was already well into this. So, let's just switch over to stewardship. Old reliable. Get some more money in the bank, because we are currently waiting to attack Wales, and we can't do that until we have more money. There's no point us being on this, because our army isn't raised or recovering, so... Yeah, let's just put it on increased quality. And everything else... Oh, right, we were going to change the Chancellor, because we're not sure about integrating Cornwall into Brittany. Seems a little bit pointless. How do we want to proceed with that? On one hand, it would be nice if our capital was a de jure part of the kingdom we have as our primary title. On the other hand, it's really quite pointless because we directly control this anyway, so we don't. It's not like we have the levies and tax reduced because we're not the rightful lord of ourselves. This is our land, so we're getting all the tax and levies from it directly. In which case, it's probably better to integrate... Oh, these aren't even valid targets, so we can't integrate there. Oh, of course, because it's not neighbouring an existing de jure part of Brittany. So maybe that's why we had it on Cornwall. The alternative is to increase vassal opinion, or just try and get more prestige. I mean, suppose having Cornwall be a de jure part of Brittany is better than having it be a de jure part of England, which it currently is. Probably draw less attention from the English in future if we can pull that off, so yeah, let's just keep it on Cornwall for now then. The guy making our brooch has a new event for us. He approaches me with thoughtful expression. Is there anyone special to you, my lord? Lollardy, maybe? Nah, we don't need the opinion. Piety could be nice, because our friend the Pope could give us more money. Yeah, it's gotta be that, innit? Mind you, I don't think he can give us money because it's too soon. August 985. So we have to wait almost a year before we can ask for money again. My liege, the adventurer Ilva sends word, the servant exclaims, holding out a letter. For 10 days and 10 nights, me and my party have been hiding. Hiding? I don't know why I said it like that. The bandit lady Benedicta. Ooh, such a vicious name for a bandit. And oh my god, look, doesn't she just look scary? Wow. She has set a blockade on the road we must travel. What do you advise? Not advice. Shit, my head paradox. Can't believe they're doing that. Caution, or should we fight them, trusting Odin to keep us safe? Odin? We don't even believe in Odin. Well, that's a little bit funny. We can demand she converts to Catholicism, so we're going to send her a letter recommending our course of action, and then there's just going to be a P.S. Odin isn't real. Join Catholicism. These percentages aren't great. This is probably going to be the best option. No guts, no glory. 62% chance of slightly higher quality. Then a 20% chance of higher, which is nice. Fairly low chance of going badly. Versus laying low, which is quite likely to go badly. Yeah, and we're not sending more money over, so no guts, no glory. Make them pay for wasting my time. Oh, that was what? That was like a 10% chance, if that. God damn it, Ilva. At least she agreed to convert. My vassal Count Bertolf accosts me. Well met, liege. I've heard tell of your patronage of Gralon the metalsmith. They say he is forging a brooch worthy of a king. Please, take this and give it to him. I wouldn't want to miss the chance to aid in the creation of a masterpiece. Poor Bertolf must have more money than he knows what to do with. He does have a decent war chest built up. I say war chest, I'm not sure who he would go to war with, so... Normally I just go for how generous, because why not? You get a slightly higher quality artifact and it doesn't cost you anything. Or we could just try and keep the money for ourselves. He's nearly done making the brooch. 4 months left, apparently. We haven't actually invested any more money than we first put in, so maybe we should put a little bit more in. Because I don't think we're going to get anything good back as it is, so... I was tempted there to just take the money for ourselves, because I want to attack Wales. Can lawfully imprison Jeb Bush. Oh no. Oh, Jeb Bush has been sleeping around. Can't believe Jeb Bush would do this. The God Emperor Jeb Bush has copulated outside of wedlock. God damn. Why isn't Jeb Bush married? We need to find a spouse for Jeb Bush. Could go for an alliance with Venice. Bit far away, but, you know, if they eventually came all the way over to any war we called them into, they would, you know, be a help. 2,500 men. Romagna, also far away, even more men. I'm not sure why they came below Venice then when sorted by alliance power, because... Oh, when fully recovered, Venice must have more, because they're actually down a little bit, you can see. Munster. That'd be a bit of a funny one, because she is 31 years old, so by the time Holstein comes of age, she's probably not going to be fertile anymore. But you know what? I'm not going to turn down a free alliance with a vassal, because it's basically free. She's reached 31 years old and we didn't know she wasn't married until now, so it's probably not going to make a difference either way. Might as well just get the alliance out of it. Gotta ask if you can get a matrilineal marriage out of it every time, because you never know. It's one thing to get the alliance, but if you can also make it matrilineal, end up getting your dynasty on the throne of somewhere random, you know, go for it. I was going to put in the title again today for the stream that we might be playing Spec Ops The Line later, like I planned to the other day, but I figured I'd best not, so I've purposefully left it a little bit ambiguous and not mentioned any other game, because I'm not sure how long we'll play CK3 for, or if I want to play anything else after, so we'll have to see about that later on. We have a grandson. In honor of Mango turning up straight away, like at the start of the stream, I will name this child after Mango. Oh wait, no we won't. We will use Leon. I forgot about Leon. Sorry, Leon. Let me try and type out your full username here. Leon Sitoaris. I think that's right. Leon for short. Leon is now our grandson. I didn't actually pay attention to who Leon's mum is. Is it... Wait, was it Soulburner? No. Was it... I don't know. Over here, my lord. My beneficiary Gralon waves me over with a wide grin. I have toiled many days and nights, and finally my work is done. He presents me with an object wrapped in cloth, and as I lift the fabric, my eyes grow wide. A beautiful brooch of excellent craftsmanship. It consists of a sapphire cabochon? Cabacon? I'm not sure what that means. Mounted on an electrum fastener. Fancy. More fertility. A decent bit of prestige, actually. This is lovely. I say that, but I don't think we're going to use it. I mean, here I go saying I mean at the start of every other sentence again. But if we can't repair this, we'll have an empty slot anyway, so we might just fill it with that. We have a few other artifacts which we're not using for the trinkets category. We have a memory of Ulvanidra. We have Hadhayoshi's horn. Crime and punishment, which we got from our mum, bless her. And then we now also have the brooch. So we'll just see what happens when we lose probably the morsel of St. David. We'll go through it then. Ah, Splikel Keaton is doing a good job. As Splikel Keaton approaches me with yet another dead rat, I can do nothing but praise him. The castle has never been this free of rodents before. Keep up the good work. Well, that's interesting. We didn't actually get the rat-free modifier. We have the pet cat, of course, but... Huh. I should have actually, like, stopped to read it, because maybe you don't get it quite yet. Maybe you need the follow-up event to get rat-free, but... No, that's a bit strange. I could have sworn it goes rat hunting cat from the event we just got, and then you get a follow-up one later where it's there is no rats left, and then you also get rat free. But we don't have either of them. Are we just like jam-packed full of modifiers we can't take anymore or something? The game really wants me to hold court, but I'm not going to do it because I don't want to have to spend money. We're probably going to die soon, which isn't great. We might have to disinherit Jeb Bush. It might be time. Mind you, Jeb Bush is perhaps a better ruler than Scarecrow would be, because he has intelligent. Scarecrow only has quick. I do like a military leader though. 13 martial, 13 stewardship, like my two favourite stats. Jeb Bush doesn't have that much less martial, and he does also have 18 diplomacy, which would help with vassal management in the succession. Not to mention he's also younger by a couple of years. Yeah, it really is only 2 years, so that doesn't really make a difference. But I'm going to do it, I think. Disinherit. 300 prestige, we can afford it. 150 renown, we can afford it. We can't go back on this, I don't think. At least not with the same character. Let's just do it. Can you go back on it? Oh, you can. I could have sworn once you disinherited someone, then you couldn't restore that inheritance as the same character. That seems a little bit easy. Huh. I wonder if they changed that later at some point, because I was sure that you weren't able to restore inheritance as the same character that first disinherited. How odd. That is a little bit too easy. I suppose it does cost renown, which isn't the easiest, like, currency to build up in this game. At least not early game. At least not by me. I know some people are very good at CK3 and they know exactly what modifiers, perks, and artifacts to stack. Oh, there we go. We have the modifier. I think we must have had it then. It was just hidden because the max it'll display is 10. Because we do now have rat hunting cat. I arrived back at my castle after a long, lonely walk. Another year passed, another year older. We love the birthday event. It's a fun event. My friend Vanidra. Vanidra! Vanidra's, like, friendship has transcended generations and characters and still persisted. Vanidra was, like, one of the first characters we named in this game, and they ended up being the Earl of Devon and was friends with our ruler at the time. And now, as the King of Brittany, Vanidra, who I don't know if we named this one or if the AI reused the name, either way, has ended up friends with us again. How did we end up friends? Let's see. You and Princess Vanidra shared plenty of good meals in King Scarecrow's mess hall. King Scarecrow was my dad. That's nice. So growing up, we just ate a lot of meals together and bonded over that. Nothing like good food to bring people together, I guess. What are we gonna go for? Big, medium, or small? I'm gonna go for medium. Cornish court politics. What's this about then? Oh, it's a royal court book. We wanted one of these. Oh, and we actually are already displaying a book. Oh, hang on. Let me just pause. We'll rename that child later. So when I was looking at court artifacts, I saw... I see. I was mistaking that for another book slot, but it's for furniture. Our other book is... there it is. The Metaphysical. Whoops, I just got rid of it. It's got a big lifespan. This is a pretty decent book for learning. 40% faster learning lifestyle experience. It's very nice. And now let's put our Cornish court politics in. 0.1 prestige a month, a tiny bit of courtier and guest opinion, and some diplomacy lifestyle experience. Well, it's better than nothing. I could feel that the royal court scene was a little bit laggy then. That is something which I've noticed. It's normally fine for me off stream, like it's smooth as it is now. Hopefully it still looks smooth for you guys on the stream. But for some reason when I start streaming, the royal court scene does get a little bit laggy. Oh, we're just about to get enough money to invade Wales, and the game wants me to spend money on a claim. I'm not going to do it. The claim on Gwynedd is just too valuable. I don't want to delay it any longer. We can do it, right? I can't even test it, but we did invite the guy with a claim on Gwynedd. So I see no reason why we can't just press it. It was Rodri, right? Yeah, Rodri has a claim on Gwynedd. He's Anglo-Saxon. Even though he's called Rodri, he comes from a Welsh family. I wonder if his dad converted to... No, his dad's Welsh. Well, I wonder how this guy ended up Anglo-Saxon, because he's got the Welsh name. We have swayed that guy to the maximum. I, again, didn't realise that that was happening. Jeb Bush, we don't care about your crime. Let's grant a pardon to her. That doesn't matter to us. We know we can declare war now. That is good. We don't have the money to repair the toy yet. And we know about these titles which we can create. Let's not worry about them for now. Who are we going to sway instead? Let's have a look at our vassals. I think the lowest one I saw was like 18. Yeah, there's 2 at 18. There's Gorloy and Dag. I'm going to go for Dag because the cultural acceptance penalty from being Norse is a little bit severe, so we want to counter that. Mind you, Leinster is a powerful vassal, I think, so... there isn't that much of a difference between their armies, so I'll just leave it on Dag. We've lost the morsel of St. David, unfortunately. Nothing to be done about that. We'll have to replace it with... Not sure what to replace it with. I'm tempted to do Crime and Punishment for the stress gain minus 4%. And then the little bit of prestige is also nice. However, I do really like the 0.16 prestige from this brooch. Don't care about fertility or spouse opinion. I'm gonna go for Crime and Punishment. Lawfully imprison Shadow Lord Ghost now. Shadow Lord Ghost has also been copulating outside of marriage. Ugh, what a crime. Ideally, we would have married these people off, but the game doesn't actually tell you that your nieces and nephews can marry for some reason. Maybe they weren't in our court. Well, I'm just going to grant a pardon, and... yeah, I guess we'll marry her off and get another alliance with someone, maybe? How about our own vassal? Can Leinster marry her at all? Nope. How about Brittany? That would be a pretty good one to get an alliance with. Nope. What did I see? Oh, it's just claim title. Because I noticed that it said 3 more rather than 2 more, so I thought maybe it had a negotiate alliance option. My favourite character lead, maybe he can marry. Huh, guess not. Let's just go for... I don't want to go for Venice, because that's a very temporary one. Lower Lorraine, I guess? Why not? More the merrier, I suppose, in terms of alliances. Can never be too safe. And now, let us finally declare war on Wales. 60 years old was a little bit close. That inheritance could have happened, and it would be a bit more dangerous. And technically speaking, he could die in the middle of this war, and then we would be fighting England instead. Would be very scary. But maybe with some help we could manage it. In any case, let's hope it doesn't come to that and try and take them as they are. Where's our banner? Here it is. Rally point. We could go straight for the capital. Their army is doing some funky stuff up here in... Oh, what's the island called? I know the name of this place, I can't remember it. Oh, it's... Yeah, there it is, like, Innis Mon. That's what I was thinking of. I don't know what the English one is. I know Holyhead or Holyhead is on that island, though. Yeah, I'm gonna go straight for the capital. Probably get a little bit more war score doing that than we will slowly sieging the objective, because there are 4 counties within the objective. Solburn has come of age. Very nice. Solburn being our daughter, of course. And that is how we have our alliance with Cantabria, I believe. We're already back in debt because I raised the army and went to war as soon as we were in the plus. Not the best idea. We could probably turn it down to get the cheaper army, because I don't think having the 13% extra knight effectiveness, men at arms damage and toughness is really worth it. So we already outnumber them by more than 2 to 1, so yeah, let's just try and make it cheaper. It's not that much cheaper, we're still losing quite a bit of money every month, but it'll add up. We can imprison a mayor. I was gonna say it's usually sometimes worth imprisoning mayors, because either you fail and they just run away and they're instantly replaced anyway, no repercussions, or you succeed and you can usually just ransom them back because they are a mayor, so they are landed and therefore they normally have money. However, for some reason, this mayor is piss poor, so I'm not gonna bother. Maybe. Wait, this is Rodri's... Holy shit, this is Rodri's wife. What the hell? As if he chose to marry this random mayor, who happens to be our vassal. Well, I'm gonna do it then. We can have some leverage against Rodri when he becomes a duke. We'll just leave her there, I guess. Not that we even have a choice in ransoming her, because she has no money. We have a hook on the Duke of Leinster, so for some reason... Oh, it'll be the house head one, won't it? Yeah. So we can increase his obligations here. We could go for more money. Or we could go for more levies. The levies really just wouldn't increase, apparently. Yeah, it wouldn't make a difference. It's still 54 either way. But I suppose if he got a bigger army... What about money? We get 0.1 extra in money. Well, let's make it extortionate then. Probably not happy about that, but we don't care what he thinks. We can also imprison the Duchess of Man. That is interesting. Apparently, she has been up to some naughty, naughty business killing her own family. Oh, she killed the Duke of Leinster. That's why it just popped up that we can modify the contract, because it's a new duke. Wow, what a naughty nun. It's only 59% chance, so there's a 40% chance that she would rebel and we'd have to deal with that. And if she's in a faction, anyone else would also join. It might still trigger these two to rebel either way, but... It'd be a pain in the arse, but we can technically handle them. Do we want it to happen in the middle of the war, though? Maybe not. We'll hold on to that for now. We won't dismiss it. We won't pardon her. But after this war, we'll try and do it, see what happens. Because if we can do that, we can take the Isle of Man back and stop it from merging with Leinster. God damn it, just spilt a bit of water on myself. Ceredigion is under siege now. Ah, so the Welsh have started attacking us. We don't really have to worry about that, because our siege of their capital is just about done. They still have 8 months left of that. Come on. There we go. And that's a big chunk of war score. Now we will go and kill their army. We took a prisoner, I think. Apparently she isn't valuable. Oh, the king just wouldn't be willing to pay the ransom, I suppose. We also have a random Italian here. I'm not sure how we got him, but he's been in there for 5 years. We'll put a better commander in charge. Apparently we're a better commander. But I don't think we have stalwart leader in the martial lifestyle, so it'd be a bit dangerous. You know what? We're gonna die soon anyway. No guts, no glory. At least we'll go out in a blaze of glory if we die this way. Oh, he's running away. No worries, we'd be going up that way anyway. My grandson Horrocks was captured. What? Oh, Horrocks. I'm sorry to say this, but... Ah. Now, isn't that odd? So, you were born in Aquitaine because you were born to our daughter, who is the Queen of Aquitaine. But for some reason, my vassal Jarl Holstein has now captured you? Oh, I see. Our vassal here is Norse, so he's still going about raiding, even though he is now Catholic. He's gone down there, raided Aquitaine, and actually kidnapped my grandson. Unfortunately, I can't pay the ransom to get Horrocks out of jail there. We have to just hope his dad pays it. My son-in-law, the King of Aquitaine. He's piss poor at the moment, so he won't be doing that. Yeah, we're probably going to win this battle. Very unlikely that it would just randomly turn around. If not impossible. The Papal Sugar Daddy, our good friend, is coming through again. Which is quite nice, actually, because we're not in debt anymore now. But we won't go spending that money straight away. We'll just keep it till the end of this war in case it drags on longer than expected. And we'll now change the commander back to a siege leader. And we will ransom this Earl. It's going good. We can now get a claim on all of the Suthriar, which is a bit redundant because technically we control the majority of it as is. And once we claim this final island, we'll control all of it, so... Yeah, I'm not willing to spend the 91 gold for basically no reason. I'm just going to go for the 40 gold. We now have a claim on this island. Oh, that's a bit problematic. So Connacht is currently trying to conquer that same island as well. And it is for the island at least, not the entire duchy. So we might end up fighting Connacht instead. I don't really see an issue with that. They're a much bigger target, but they're still smaller than us. We outnumber them. So I'm not too bothered by that. Sure, it's an inconvenience, but it's not the end of the world. 2 green eyes follow me as I cross the hallway, and a small meow breaks the silence as Splikel Keaton pounces for my ankle. He may be young, but he is nonetheless ferocious. As he prances away, I see that he left me a gleaming gift where he had been hiding. Thank you, kind sir. I'm not holding court, game. Get the message. Ilva is still on her adventure. How long has it been now? Has to have been a couple of years now, hasn't it? And there's still 4 months left. It's a shame it doesn't tell you when you started funding the inspiration. They could probably do that quite easily, like right below there, so it says total gold invested, inspiration first funded. Ah, we got a named one. My lord, my beneficiary Ilva announces her arrival in a surprisingly loud voice. She proudly holds up a package securely wrapped in cloth. I return from Europe with an artifact from my journey. I take the bulky bundle into my hands and loosen the cords before peeling layer after layer of fabric. Inside is an artifact unlike anything I have seen before. Ilva smiles proudly. This is claimed to be Katana, the Sword of Mercy. The legendary sword was once wielded by Tristan against Morholt. This would also be why the tip of the sword is missing, a piece lost to the fixed skull of the Irish giant. This is magnificent. Well, that's pretty cool. We got a, like, unique artifact. I don't know what the proper name is. So, hell yeah, we're going to display that. We will replace... We have 2 Excaliburs. We could replace one of those. We also have the Veil of Veronica here, which is decent for piety. That's why we're getting so much of that so quickly, and we're keeping a hold of that because that's what's letting us get papal refunds every so often. We could replace the Goblet. The Goblet's probably worse than Excalibur. There we go. We can select it. Because even though it's little, you can't actually lock the window on this. You probably have to do it from here. Because even though it's a little amount, the 0.03 renown is still quite nice to have, not to mention the knight effectiveness. And we have 2 of them, so that's basically double. The new sword we got, though, is here, Katana. Knight effectiveness 10%, monthly renown 5%. Wow, 0.5 prestige. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm going to actually replace the Goblet. Yeah, because then we keep the knight effectiveness and the renown. We don't really care about 2 court grandeur, and we don't really care about prestige per powerful vassal on the council. So Katana can go there. We've now got 3 swords on display, 2 of which are both supposedly the real Excalibur. I don't think this war should take too long, because we're going to smash their army again, so it should give us a nice chunk of war score. Oh, our court grandeur decreased. That's a bit disappointing. I suppose we did just replace the Goblet, so I suppose the +2 court grandeur we were gaining from that was just enough to put us up to level 10. We can always just appoint some more court positions to make up for it. An antiquarian we actually need. I'm surprised we didn't have one already. A court shooter can be handy, and if we're paying it to our player heir, we're effectively going to get all our money back anyway when we're playing as him. Master of the Horse I like to get for the knight effectiveness as well. This guy could do with the extra opinion. Royal Architect I like to get, and in fact I saw a post on the CK3 Reddit earlier saying how someone was like complaining that that's a rubbish one, but I actually really like that. That's one of the few ones which I get consistently because I like to do a lot of building, so it saves a lot of time. But I think I'll hold off on appointing more for now because we don't want to be losing all our money after this war. We've got a court event. Oh, of course. Why would you honour that fop-doodle Jeb Bush with a position at court and not me? My knight is livid. Both have 100 opinion of us, so I don't really care. Come off it. There we go. 87%. Nearly there. We've got a couple prisoners as well. The imprison chance on this has actually gone up slightly. Now it is actually 60%. I think before it was 59%. We do nearly have 100 opinion here. Which is pretty funny because we're going to take our land away. Ah, we're back up to level 10 court grandeur. Brilliant. What prisoners do we have? Do we have a decent commander? Disfigured, maimed, wounded. Yeah, this guy is about to die. We could just put him out of his misery now. In fact, yeah, public execution. I didn't actually know we had an executioner hired, so might as well for the 6 control in all domain counties. That was a mercy killing. We put him out of his misery there. He was about to die anyway. Don't judge me. Thank God the Geneva Convention isn't a thing yet, because I'm pretty sure that's a war crime, executing prisoners of war. It was a public execution as well. I wish, as grim as it is, and I'm probably going to get judged for saying this somewhere out of context, but I wish executions had more flavour. Like, I wish there was more to them, so rather than just, like, it was executed on your order, it would actually say how they died. And I guess maybe a little bit more, but I can't think of what. I think CK2 had a bit more detail in the deaths like that. Like, it showed exactly how they died. Like, was like how beheaded or was trampled and things like that. Right, what do we want here? Demand payments for hooks? Possibly? We're not doing much building at the moment because I think we're maxed out the buildings in most of our territories, so yeah, let's go down the avaricious tree. Can we get... We can get 5 gold off Ronan, our nephew. He's not gaining or losing any money a month, so might as well just take the 5. And that is the only one we can do it with. There we go. 38 gold from looting Eriri? Not a clue. There we go. Enforce demands, and we have grown. Oh, isn't it beautiful? Look at that. Now we are... Oh, I thought that was us for a second then, in charge of Lincoln. But no, it's just Iceland, who is a very similar colour. I do quite like how we look at the moment. It's very interesting and unique borders, but it's very cool. We're a little bit all over the place, but it's working out fine. We, of course, have a hook on Rodri, because we are the whole reason which he is the Duke of Gwynedd. So... Oh, and we have his wife imprisoned. Forgot about that. Let's put his taxes up. And... let us now consider imprisoning Gwencourt. I'll let my army recover a little bit first, though. We can usurp the Kingdom of Wales. We absolutely do not want that, because that would be a third kingdom which we can lose on inheritance. Conway can marry. Our grandson Conway can marry... this isn't our heir's son, this is Scarecrow's son. Scarecrow being the one we disinherited. So, let's consider... there aren't many good alliances available, I think, because he's only our grandson. So he's not too direct a relative. Let us instead look to getting a filtered marriage instead, then. My filter's very simple, it's just within a 5-year age difference and inheritable traits. Pretty standard. Could marry our grandson and granddaughter together. Just a cheeky little bit of incest. I like her. Robust and giant. That could lead to some good commanders later down the line. Genius down here, but also dwarf. Another genius there. You know what? I'm going to go for the first one I pointed out. I think a lot of people would prefer to go for genius because for obvious reasons, but do we go for genius? It is really powerful, +5 in everything. Like even martial. The only thing it doesn't affect is prowess, which would be the alternative, and the reason why we'd go for these instead. He already has quick and comely. Now, let's go for genius then. So, 12 years old, we'll try and get one which is a bit older, maybe 14? Sure. There we go. Who is raiding us? All the way up here in the north in Scotland. We don't really care about that. Oh, and Connacht did actually conquer the island. We'll have to consider taking that war next. Do we want to revoke this now? Has our army recovered? The archers still need a little bit more time. There we go. We have a bit of money built up as well, so that's quite nice. I could claim the title. Do we want to do that? Oh no, there's not really any point in us directly controlling it, which is what I was thinking, because we gave it away in the first place because it was tribal. Oh, is she feudalized? Oh, it looks like she has. Oh, well, we can just directly control it now. She's also built the city of Ramsey. because that was an empty holding before, because we wanted to build a nightclub there. Wow, quite impressed with what Duchess Gwencourt has managed. Shame we're going to take her land from her now. She built up the island for us, and now we're just taking it away. It doesn't matter which one we claim, because they're both the same thing and they're worth the same thing, so we'll just claim the duchy. Oh, no, that is pointless, because it isn't the same thing. We're going to claim the duchy, revoke the duchy, and I think she'll still control the county. It's just she'll be our vassal, because we'll be the Duke of Man. But she'll be our vassal, the Earl of Man. I think maybe it'll... Oh, I can't believe I did that. The imprison chance is even lower now because she doesn't like us as well. Let's just try revoke the title then. We might as well raise our army, and I think last time we did this we worked out that it's cheaper to raise the army here and then walk around rather than pay the what is now probably going to round up to 48 gold to embark and then disembark again. She might accept. Ah, she did. Oh, and it didn't work out how I was thinking. So even though we only claimed and revoked the duchy, she also gave up the county as well. Well, she's no longer an issue. We can invite her to our court and then we'll... Also, wait, why were we going to imprison her before? I think, were we only going to imprison her so we can revoke the title, like 100% guaranteed? Ah, whatever. Might as well. I don't know what we'll do with her if we can capture her. Oh, we didn't even get her anyway, she ran away. Gwencourt has managed to avoid capture and has fled to the countryside. Traitor! Don't know where she's gone. Let's have a look. Oh, she's gone all the way down to Barcelona. She's gone on a nice holiday. Suppose no one will know who she is down there. She can live out the rest of her life as a nun, as she originally planned to do. It's pretty nice, though, that she feudalized and built the city on the Isle of Man for us. We should probably also set our marshal to increase... Ah. Oh, I was looking at popular opinion. That is really rough. There's probably going to be a revolt at some point here. We could now attack Connacht instead. Allied to Galve, which is 1,300 plus 4,200. That's slightly more than us, isn't it? So we'd have to call in an alliance of our own. Do we want to do that? I think our closest alliance is Lyon and Cantabria below that. And they are very big and more than capable, especially the two of us teamed up together of taking out Connacht. It's just, it'd be a bigger war than I'd hope for. Don't suppose... Oh no, the Pope won't be able to give us a claim because he has no jurisdiction over her because she's insular, not Catholic. Even though they share the same current head of faith. Yeah. Because that's how we got Munster before. We didn't fabricate a claim. We asked our friend the Pope to give us a claim, and he said yes. You know, we are actually getting close to rivaling England's army now. Shouldn't be too long before we can take them on. I think we do have to declare this war, don't we? That's like the next clear step to take, is to take this island and fully control that duchy. How are we looking on succession, by the way? Did we fix it? Oh, we did. So the Kingdom of Ireland is still going to be created, but at least it will pass on to Jeb Bush. Yeah, the same as the Kingdom of Britain, so we won't lose any land. It's going to make future successions a little bit more dangerous, though. We really need to get normal partition to fix that. 11 years away, so if we can somehow live up to 74 then we should be safe and we won't have to worry about that at all. Does our heir have any claims? Nah, he doesn't, right? Because he's not landed or anything, so he's not been fabricating, and I guess he hasn't had a chance to inherit any claims either. While out on a leisurely stroll, the cry of a particular merchant stands out from the regular hustle and bustle of the street. "Greetings, my lord. I have an exquisite assortment of wares, if my lord has the coin." We've read this event like 4 times. I always think it's a new event or an event I haven't seen because I never remember the start. But by the time I get to the end here, if my lord has the coin, it's like, I've read this like 5 times on stream already. I'm just going to default to my steward here, Elfin. 40% chance of 100 stewardship lifestyle. There we go. Successful haggle. Nice. And we got an animal figurine. Pretty crap. But it's another trinket what we can hold on to. Which reminds me, we probably want to repair this now, don't we? Because we have the money. Yeah, let's just do that. Greetings, my handsome liege. The Duke of Leinster is here to pay homage again. I swear it's always the Duke of Leinster that's coming in. He always brings a sack of gold for us. I like this branch of the family. They're good lads. We're doing quite well money-wise. Oh, we can ransom Gwyneth's wife now. I said we'll hold on to her for leverage, but I don't think that realistically actually does give us any leverage because she herself is landed. So it'd be leverage against her, not him. Like, if we were at war with him, I don't think we'd get the valuable hostages war score bonus because she is technically her own court. Yeah, let's just ransom her then for the 10 gold. I'm not bothered about the money. Curl wants to make us a throne. Sure, we'll do that. 50 gold, why not? I don't think we have a throne artifact already. No, we don't. I feel like it's quite... It's not often that you get the chance to get a new throne in this game. For all the artifacts you can make, it seems to me that the throne is like the least common one. So it is nice to get the opportunity to build a new one. I've noticed though that when you do get a new throne, it often looks worse than the existing one. So for example, I had one where I built a new throne, and let me just see if I can move the camera so we can get a better look. Yeah, so I built a new throne, and it ended up basically just downgrading because it was like a copy of my wife's. So imagine I had this one, and then I traded it for hers. So it was just a bit disappointing. Oh, I didn't mean to take a screenshot there. Oh, spacebar takes a screenshot. Cool. Exit photo mode. There we go. Again, sorry about the lag that there is on that screen there. It's a little bit strange, but it only happens while I'm streaming. The rest of the game's fine. At least I hope it's fine. I haven't... The chat has quieted down since the start of stream, so I haven't had anyone to check for me. I'm just carrying on, assuming it is the same. We probably want to spend some more of our money now. Finish off upgrading the pikemen. There we go, level 5. Got more men at arms now. That'll get us up to 6,000 men. Pretty nice. Cornish culture has embraced culture blending. Beautiful. So now we're going to get a faster rate of cultural acceptance with the Irish, the Welsh, and I guess technically also the Gaelic for the little bit we own up here. Oh, and the Isle of Man as well. So that's 5%, 20%, and then the Welsh is 74%. Oh, Breton as well. Breton is 100% cultural acceptance. That is very nice. It'd be nice if we also had the Chanson de Gesta. That is a pretty good tradition, if you ask me. Because poets are pretty cool. Blade Master traits have additional bonuses is nice. And then more valued knights, basically. The martial education traits here. Wait, no, that's not... Oh, no, there it is. Yeah, martial education traits more valued, and then... This is... this is the... Wait. Oh, this is like the duelist line of traits, isn't it? Yeah. To be honest, I didn't realise that Blade Master and these were a different branch. Interesting. Blademaster is a formidable and respected opponent in all kinds of combat. The Confident Knight is familiar with the ways of their culture's traditional combat, even fighting a few actions against recalcitrant peasants as a teenager. I mean, it's more or less the same thing. Like, guys that are good at fighting with swords, basically. Or any weapon, I suppose. What do we want to do here? I'm feeling lucky. I feel like gambling here, taking a 60% chance. And it paid off. There we go. Maybe I should go get some lottery numbers checked in. Splat the Rat has come of age. Splat the Rat, I don't know if you're still watching. You are arbitrary, stubborn, but brave, an adequate bargainer, comely and quick. You know, decent enough, average sort of traits there. I like brave and stubborn. Got like inheritable traits, of course. Not the best education, and arbitrary isn't great. But still, decent enough character. You are a son of Scarecrow, so again, our son that we disinherited, so very unlikely that you'll end up on the throne. What sort of alliances can we get with you? We could go with the Duke of Brabant. That could be a decent one. They're fairly close by, and it's a large army. This is a very large man. Wow. Just look at the size of him. He's like 2 people wide. Absolutely dominating his late wife. Hopefully he's a little bit gentler with Splat the Rat, who is only a fragile 16-year-old. He, of course, is 49 years old, a giant, a drinker, and a bit of a lovemaker here. Yeah, have fun with that marriage, Splat. Hopefully he treats you well. God, he is huge, isn't he? I will graciously take the hand of your granddaughter, Splat the Rat, in holy matrimony. Congrats. Ooh, would you look at that? So Connacht is starting to put... Whoa, what happened there? The Danelaw has no army. Wait. It's not even like a matter of recovery. It's like, if they were even fully recovered, they would have 5 levies. Apparently they have 1,500 mercenaries, but they must be all dead or something. That is a little bit tragic. I guess that's the end of the Danelaw then, after this war. They're in their death throes now. Yeah, this is a holy war. A holy war for the Duchy of Northumbria, which does only equate to Cumberland here. They could have gone for a bit more. Still. I was going to say maybe we can take advantage of this fact and make them fight on 2 fronts, but it really isn't a fight on this one front. Against 4 soldiers. Even the alliance... Oh, he's allied with a band of mercenaries. Oh, this is the mercenaries. 1,592. Is it the same? Nah, it doesn't matter. But anyway, we can actually wait a minute then. We'll wait for Connacht to send their army over to siege Cumberland, and then we'll attack them then while their army's away. My lord, my beneficiary soul gestures me over to an object covered in fabric with a wide grin on his face. I have toiled many days and nights, and finally my work is done. He's built us the throne, the Cornish throne, which gives us a little bit of prestige, and that's just about it. But it's better than no. And it happened again, look. So we basically just took a big downgrade visually for our throne, because now we're just sat in a copy of what our wife is sat in. It would be nice if there was a way to customize the visuals of certain artifacts, like more like default and plain ones, like this throne here, which is just... It says it's a masterwork, but it's pretty mediocre. Suppose it'd be a bit redundant if you did it for banners, because banners are meant to signify specific things, but I guess some people might appreciate being able to customize your banner separate to your coat of arms. I'm just spitballing here. Still, I think it would be nice if we had our old throne back. Can we cheese it and see where their army is? Is he a knight? He is currently in court there. He might be a knight. Oh, whoa, 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 what the hell? Ah, he is a landed ruler as well. So, Connacht and Corezia are going to join when she dies. Which means I think Connacht will actually end up being a vassal of Lotharingia, which is really bad. We should attack them now then, jeez. I mean, it'll probably fix itself eventually and result in Connacht getting independence later down the line, or just splitting off anyway, but for a little while it will be under Lotharingia, with 10,000 men. Not to mention any alliances that might develop. We've already got this one. My dog has just decided to come upstairs. She's now rubbing her face all over the carpet. You might hear her bark in a minute, so apologies for that. She's acting very silly. What are you doing, Lily? You having fun? I'll just leave her be. Yeah, let's do this war then, before it becomes part of Lotharingia. We'll just go straight for the capital, because again, like with the Welsh one, it's probably more valuable than going for the random island. And yeah, we will rush it as well. We don't care about the attrition, it's only going to be 100 casualties. For the sake of rushing their capital, it should be worth it. I don't know where their army is. It's probably over here somewhere, like sieging Cumberland. Ah, it is, yeah, they are sieging Cumberland as we speak. So we should have a fair bit of time to do what we want over here. My spymaster has come to me with grave news. While we do not yet know who, someone's plotting to kill my beneficiary, Searle. I think I pronounced it as Searle before, but now I feel like Curl is more right. I mean, he's completed his inspiration. Doesn't really matter to us what happens to him now. We could make him our... oh, what's it called? Artificer? I think that's how you pronounce it. We could make him one of those, and then he can maybe get a new inspiration later on, but he's already 58, and I don't really want to pay for that extra court position, so we won't do that. Looks like Connacht, yeah, they bought some mercenaries here, and they're sending them straight off to Cumberland by the looks of things. My vassal Jarl Holstein approaches me, rage in his eyes and cat in his hand, held by the scruff of its neck. As he thrusts the cat in my face, I see that it's my dear Splikel Keaton. I've found this little monster among my things. What wasn't scratched to bits was covered in piss. He's just a cat. Anatomical expert. Oh, this is a big one. As I wander around my court, I hear the familiar mutterings of my courtiers making merry and debating their role in Kingdom of Brittany. To my surprise, however, I hear my courtier Lucia. Lucia seems familiar. That is our executioner. She'd make a good physician. She's intelligent as well. Huh. Making conversation with my archbishop about the nature of healing and medicine. She seems remarkably familiar with the workings of the human body, and upon noticing my approach, she turns to me and invites me to join the conversation. Oh, I know what this event is. This is the Jesus is Mercy one, isn't it? You don't spend all your days cutting men open without learning a thing or two about the workings of God's own creation, she says, after describing her method of using leeches to purge corruption from an infected wound. It would seem Lucia has been using her expertise in human anatomy to help the locals of Launceston and has become a bit of a local healer and midwife. She has also confessed to providing medical care to the lowlifes in my dungeon. Gotta do the Jesus is Mercy one. She gains physician, but she already has physician, doesn't she? Yeah. I wonder if it'll upgrade it to the 3-star one then. Oh, has happened. That's what's already happened, right. And we could make her my physician from here. My current physician is Hermanfrid, my archbishop. He is a renowned physician. He has higher learning as well, so he's probably rated higher. I know that her having intelligent would give her score towards the aptitude, but I think him having the 3-star version and more learning is probably more valuable. So, yeah, let's just go for the Jesus' Mercy one. She's a bit disappointed in us, but whatever. Hold court, no thanks. Conway can get married now to Sophia. Go for it. And this other granddaughter can also marry, a granddaughter which we haven't named. Another alliance, maybe? Feel like we're getting a little bit silly with all these alliances, especially considering we're not using them. This is a daughter of our heir this time as well, so maybe we do the filter. There we go. Might as well get my nephew in the court, and then we marry him off as well. The game really wants me to marry my granddaughter to my nephew here, but I'm not doing it. You can marry this beautiful Finnish lady instead. And then my granddaughter can marry... Doesn't look like there's any geniuses. Plenty of intelligent and beautiful people, though. Looks like it'll just be an intelligent person. Yeah, we'll go for Massimiliano Dauriate. Apologies to any Italian viewers. Connacht is actually now sieging down our territories here. Which is a bit strange, because they're still doing their holy war against Cumberland. So they did abandon the siege. Wow. I for sure thought they were going to, like, stay around, finish the siege, and then maybe turn around to us. But honestly, I thought they were going to focus on that siege and then finish that war. I didn't think they were just going to stop on a dime, turn around, and attack us instead. Oh, what do you know? We got lucky. So that is one of the reasons why I like to rush capitals, because you have a chance at capturing them. You know, with some people it's a little bit harder, like, you know, it probably won't work against the King of Denmark or the King of Sweden, whatever, because you've got big burly Vikings that like to lead the armies themselves. But with her, I don't think she can actually lead the army. Oh no, she's a ruler, so she can always lead her own army, but she wouldn't be very good at it, maybe. Oh no, not even that. She has average prowess and she has a trait. So she definitely won't be at the bottom of the list unless that list is full of, like, absolute titans of strategy and tactics. But we're not going to question it too much. We will, however, cheese it a bit and ransom her children. Yeah, because we captured a few other kids. We're going to have a 100% war score either way because she is worth 100%. So we can at least get a bit of extra money by ransoming her kids back to her. It is Ulfhild that is plotting to kill Curl. Alright. Whatever. Well, we should actually just disband here. We don't need to walk all the way home. And let's ransom Sorcher for 25. Recover our army a little bit. It's only down a bit from attrition, but still it'll be cheaper for that. Tiburga. And now we will enforce peace. Oh, wait. Oh, no, that was a sway, not the ransom. But we do need to sway someone else. Yet again, I forgot about it. God, everyone really likes us already. There's this guy here who... The child, which... Yeah, we killed his dad, but he doesn't know it. And he's allied to us anyway, so he wouldn't join a faction, even when he's old enough. And we can't actually sway him for the time being anyway, because he's too young, you can't sway children. I guess we'll just go for this guy, because he's a powerful vassal that isn't on the council. 39 opinion, that's still decent, but it's like the lowest one we've got that we can actually sway. There we go, now we can enforce demands. To the handsome king, I am the Viking of Brittany. Peace be with you. You are a much greater foe than I imagined. In order to put an end to bloodshed, I will comply with your demands. We've taken the Inner Hebrides. It is not feudal, so we will just give it away to someone else to deal with. Get a tribal vassal. See, last time I clicked this button, a noble of the Cornish culture, it summoned up that random nun lady that wasn't really a random noble. It ended up being someone quite closely related to us. So hopefully when I click this button, it isn't just going to give it to one of our nephews here or something. Oh good, it actually did generate a new character. That's always the best outcome, because then they've got no existing ties to anyone else. And you at least have a margin of safety if they do end up going wrong, for want of better words, because since they don't have any other relatives, if they die, it just reverts back to you. So if they end up being a bit of a troublemaker, you just kill them and get the land back anyway. Actually, I should check what these artifacts are. Don't care, and don't care. Still worth checking. We made a decent bit of progress today. Gwynedd and... I mean, we could make this duchy now if we wanted, for the sake of vassal management, have 2 less vassals to deal with. In fact, more importantly, we could then give it to the new character we generated, who is Cornish, so we don't have to worry about the cultural acceptance penalty we have with Norse people. Which did just give me an idea, actually. Why don't we offer to be the guardian of our friend, not our friend, but our vassal in Munster here, and there we go, convert culture. So we won't have to deal with the Norse penalty, which is really bad, -29. And sure, it is slowly getting better because we took culture blending, and we control a little bit of Norse, and we have Norse vassals, but that will still take a while to recover, so we can just completely jump over that and make him Cornish. Let's get vassal tax contribution, and yeah, we don't need to be on that anymore. So we'll improve quality in our army again. I'm going to go for a little break now, just to check on my dogs, make sure everything's okay. Maybe refill my drink and go to the toilet. But I won't be too long. I'm going to put it on my BRB screen just because I like my BRB screen, and I quite like how it looks, so I want to make use out of it. But yeah, I really won't be long at all. I'll be like 2 to 5 minutes tops. Yeah, I muted the game audio, don't worry, that's not you, it's me. Yeah, I'll be back in 2 to 5 minutes. Enjoy the cheesy music. I am back. Honestly, I don't know if anyone's even here, but let's continue. I'll spare you of listening to this music anymore. Just mute this, or at least put it quiet. Get the game screen back on, get the game sound back on, and we are good to go. I did actually want to do a little test and see if... Oh, hello, Mr. Orange. How are you? You're just playing the game at the same time? Oh, that's cool, that's chill. Who are you playing as? We are happy to accept your proposed education arrangement. I'll have to put you in the game now that you've revealed yourself. We do have plenty of children which need names, so this is not a problem. Let's have a look. We've got a few grandkids here. Horrocks is still in jail, unfortunately. But how about being Horrocks' sibling? There we go. No, we don't like Guarines. We like Mr. Orange. Or is that? Yeah, Mr. Orange 420. Nice. Nice name. Playing as Sardinia. Very cool. I've played as Sardinia once, technically. I started out as Vikings, and then I conquered Sardinia and made like a Sardino-Norse empire based out of Sardinia. That was a fun game. I eventually ended up moving over to the Byzantine Empire, where I made Varangian culture, and then made the Varangian Empire. That's like the most successful game I played semi-recently. Semi-recently being within the past year. Yeah, that was great. That was basically like conquered the western half of the Mediterranean, then I moved on to the eastern half, and then I tried like shedding away as much as I could from the west because I was converting to EU4 and I didn't want to be too powerful. Ah, the Papal Sugar Daddy. Still the same Pope, our friend. He is only 47, so he's going to be the Pope for a while yet, hopefully. It is pretty good having the Pope as a friend, I have to say. 346 gold, very good. We lost our alliance with the King of Sweden, unfortunately, because Hoy is no longer married to Skjaldvor. Oh wait, Skjaldvor. I think Swedes pronounce that O with like an umlaut as an sound, right? So, Skjaldvor. I can declare wars. My dear friend, I have considered your plight and decided to grant your request. May these funds help you spread the true faith in your land. Thanks, bud. What are we actually going to spend the money on? Because we don't have to worry about spreading the faith. It is already Catholic everywhere we control, I think. Yeah, even up here it's Catholic. Interesting, the Danelaw... Oh... Oh, okay, so Connacht was doing a holy war with the Danelaw to try and take Cumberland here. But rather than face defeat, it looks like they converted to insularism. Because you do get a decision when you're defending in a holy war to convert to your attacker's religion. And it looks like that's what's happened here. So now we have a insular Yorkshire. And with that, I think that actually marks the end of the last major Viking territory. There's like a few holdouts here of a Satru, but they're mainly just like a few mountain tribes. This guy's got 2,000 men, that's not that minor, but still, that is basically it for the Vikings, 988 AD. Iceland is Catholic, the Danelaw is insular, but still Christian. Denmark and Sweden converted to Catholicism quite a while ago now. And Norway isn't a thing, so... Rest in peace, Vikings. I'd say I missed you, but I really don't think I will miss the Vikings raiding, as they have caused us trouble a couple of times. In fact, I'm surprised we didn't have more problems from the Vikings this game, considering we started in Britain in 867. It was scary for a moment, because de jure Danelaw, the Danelaw was basically this big, like, with the exception of this bit and I guess Lancaster, but still, they were very big and scary, so I'm quite surprised that they've ended up sort of losing this struggle for Britain, I guess you can call it. I thought something was tickling my nose. I had a hair. That was annoying. Sorted now, though. Right, what are we spending money on? Because we have absolutely loads built up. I'm hesitant to get any buildings in Ceredigion in here, because this feels like a very temporary holding. I don't see us holding on to this for, like, the entire game. Probably going to give it away at some point in favour of maybe all of Brittany. It is a bit of a difficult one. We can build one more castle in Exeter, or Devon rather, after we've built a church in the city. So that'll be 4 out of, well, 6, assuming we have the same domain limit as now. Well, it's a bit of a tough one, because normally I like to have my capital in like a place where the duchy has like 5 counties, so it's usually quite easy to just fill that out and get a full domain limit from the single duchy. But Cornwall is a very small one. It's 2 counties, and the counties are very small as well. We could spend the money on building a city here in Helston. Get some more Republican tax. Or we could build a church and then get tax from our bishop. I think it's probably more economically viable to build the city. I think that generates more tax than a temple does. You gain piety when you build a temple, but we're doing fine for that. We've got really good piety generation, and we're friends with the Pope. And even when this current character dies and we're no longer friends with the Pope, we're still going to have a leftover high opinion, and we're still going to have the same source of piety. In fact, it might be better, because this guy has better learning. So yeah, let's actually build a city. We won't get anything from this immediately, and it will take a little bit to build up. But once it has built up, we will get some decent tax from it, I think. At least indirectly. But it's something. Better than no. Not to mention the fact that if we jump in before the vassal in charge there does, we can actually build the buildings first, and I think we could technically build another trade port, in which case we can increase the development growth in our capital even more. So that could be good. Who are we going to increase opinion with now? This child still has 6 years before we can do it. Ooh, here's a good one. Ah. So Rodri died, by the looks of things. Or not. No, Rodri, who we conquered Gwynedd for, actually lost the title to a faction. And now the Duchess in charge of Gwynedd is the former wife to the King of Wales. This was the King of Wales when we first conquered it, so I guess it passed on to someone else. They were in line to rejoin with England, but it looks like they voted for his son instead, or... Oh no, it's his grandson. Oh wait, it passed on to his daughter as well, and then she died in childbirth, and it passed on to the son that she was presumably giving birth to? Or oh no, it will have been Dogfall here. Still, I'm surprised Wales has remained separate. It's nice though, don't get me wrong, we can definitely look to conquering more of it. We could probably do the same thing we did with Gwynedd with Powys. We might want to give Ceredigion over to this woman, because that would make her happier. For now though, we can sway her at least, and that will still help. Edargar Hilario can marry. I think that's the AI reusing a name, because I think I remember typing that out, but it was ages ago. No, we get rid of the filter. Or do we? Because we really don't... Oh, that could be a good one. What if we do matrilineal, but still look for like an alliance? And then we can maybe try and get our family on the throne somewhere? Or if we go for prestige, get it with someone that has some claims, and then maybe we get lucky. There don't look to be any decent ones here, though. Our nephew is the Count of Tarragona in, like, Barcelona here. Or Catalonia, that's it. I keep calling it Barcelona, but that's just one part of it. So that's interesting. He is Catalan, though. He isn't Cornish. This is a bastardized branch of our family we don't talk about because they've forsaken the Cornish way. He still likes me, though. Okay, let's put the filter back on then, because it doesn't look like there's any decent alliances or ways to worm in onto the throne of anywhere else. There's plenty of comely people around. But let's try and go for another intelligent person. I like the look of him because he's a little bit older, so they can get busy straight away. There we go. Is Connacht... Yeah, I don't think there's any way easy to solve this problem of Connacht ending up in Lotharingia. We could try assassinate him. Yeah, and then his duchy would go to his own daughter, whereas Connacht would go to the other son, and Toul here. Wait. Oh, she's remarried, but her first husband was, a part of the Carling dynasty. So if we did that... Oh, either way, it's actually going to end up part of the Carling dynasty, which is interesting. I didn't see that coming. Mind you, the Carlings are doing quite well still in this game. To be fair, it hasn't been that long, only 122 years, but West Francia is looking pretty good. They got Burgundy and they've basically got Italy. It's just a little bit of a scruffy Italy. They're probably, like, close enough to make the title after, like, 3, maybe even 2 more counties. Splikel Keaton sensitivity. I am the Viking. This cat has to go. My wife, Queen Beliarda, is holding Splikel Keaton up by the skin of his neck, eyes red and nose running. I cannot stand this anymore. I can barely breathe when he is around. I will not give Splikel Keaton away. How dare you, wife? We don't want to get rid of the cat. The cat's keeping us alive, probably. We have, like, poor health, and that would probably be worse if we didn't have the rat hunting cat. Well, maybe not probably, but it wouldn't be great. It doesn't help that we're possessed, which I forgot about. That hasn't really made much of an appearance throughout this character's life, if I'm honest. I think I remember first getting possessed. Yeah, because I remember the event, but nothing's really happened with it. You know what? I keep dismissing the declare wars thing, but I want to actually see who we can declare war on. So, Alba, that is an interesting one. The Earl of Argyll here has claims on Strathern. There. That's a bit mediocre. Who's next? West Francia. We have claims on Lombardia, of course, which we don't really care about. Itzkaraki has claims also on Lombardia. Who's next? England. Lord Iffel. Lord Iffel has claims on Gwent, and he is the guy in Morganwg. I mean, that's an okay one, but I don't really want to go to war with England and their 6,000 men. Oh, but would you look at that? We actually now, for the first time, have more men than England. Cornwall reigns supreme. Take that, England. Fuck you. Nah, I shouldn't be mean. We were best mates with the current king's dad, Edward the Smelly. He was a good ally. He helped us out quite a few times, I recall. The King of Wales. We have a few different things here. Oh, the Duchess of Gwynedd actually does have a claim on Powys as well. Oh, wow. She also has a claim on England. How did that happen? Looks like it was just passed down from her granddad. And then... Oh, she's Edward the Smelly's niece. Well, that's interesting. Puts things into perspective a bit. But I don't think we really want to make this Duchess also the Duchess of Powys. She's already a little bit... Oh, she isn't that powerful. She's in charge of a fair few counties, and I was considering giving her Ceredigion, but... No, she isn't that strong. We do need to get her on side, though. I'm going to keep a hold on Ceredigion. There's no point just giving it away for free, especially when we're not even at our max domain limit. She probably doesn't really like it. Yeah, she wants the county of Ceredigion minus 25, but it's not the end of the world. After a bit of swaying, she'll probably like us. Probably only take like 2 times. Oh no! Elfin died. Elfin was the really good peasant steward we got. He died at 67 of old age. I had a long and good life though, served us well. I'm not going to go for a powerful vassal. I'm going to appoint this position purely on merit. We could make our marshal our steward, and then we could appoint another powerful vassal as the marshal. If there's any decent ones. Nah, 6 and 5. So let's just make it's Karaki, I think. Oh no, it's a second I am the Viking. The AI reusing our name there. Who does need to be married. I mean, this top one here, from the get-go, that looks pretty decent because it get an alliance, only a small one. It also has a decent trait, and they're like at the same age, so yeah, we'll just go for the first one it gave us. We can declare war on Iceland as well for a random courtier's claims on Nordland. That's a bit pointless, we won't do that. We're being raided again in Dublin. Ah, the nerve. It's Connacht doing a little border raid here with, well, it's not that little, is it? 4,000 men. You know what? I don't really care about Dublin being raided because we don't directly control it, and I like my vassals being weakened. But for the sake of undermining Connacht's army, I'm going to crush this. Might as well, aren't we? And we could actually also recruit this guy. He's only 28 gold, and he will then become our best commander. Not to mention he has the open terrain expert, which will also apply here in this battle straight away. We need a new steward, apparently, because we just married off the guy we appointed there. That's a little bit awkward. I'm going to move the Duke of Brittany to steward, and then I'm going to make this guy we just hired marshal. Henrique di Vidalre. We'll also make him convert to Catholicism. There we go, he accepted that. After my long tutelage of young Duke Halstein, I was pleased to no end when he told me that he considers himself Cornish. And indeed he is. There we go, that paid off. So we just got a big opinion boost with this guy because he no longer has the bad cultural acceptance from being Norse. So that is going to save us a lot of hassle down the line, not just with him, but with all of his successors as well. Though we could see his successors convert to Irish at some point, but that still wouldn't be as bad as Norse was. Especially by the time that ever happens, if it does, because it'll have only got higher then. We could look to doing that somewhere else. Maybe here. I see that Argyll has actually conquered the county which we gave to that random Cornish woman, which is less than ideal. But at least he really likes us. He likes us because we swayed him to the max when I forgot about it. So maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. I'm going to try and convert the culture of this other Norse vassal's son. Offer guardianship, me, convert culture, and he will accept. Brilliant. We don't have to do the full guardianship until they come of age, we just have to do it until they convert to Cornish. But for the time being, we might as well keep tutoring this Duke, because we'll get a better opinion bonus if we do. I think it's like 15 for teaching someone. There we go, we're crushing the Irish army here. Lovely. We killed nearly 2,000 of them. And we even got a little bit of loot as well. I didn't think they'd actually looted anything yet. I thought that was the first one, so that's a nice bonus. I'm not sure if they'll come back and try again once they've stopped retreating, but I'm just going to dismiss my army either way. One more county maybe? Oh no, we have to wait one more for them to get far enough away. Apparently there's still hostile armies around, but he's halfway across Ireland now. Come on, give me a break. There we go, now he's far enough away. Might as well pet our cat, lose that little bit of stress what we've built up. We are living longer than I expected. We might actually live long enough to get this innovation. 8 more years and then we can get normal partition. Which, even though it's still partition, it's better than Confederate partition. It's a little odd that it says tribal rulers are locked to the succession type in red, as though it applies to us, but you know, we're feudal, so that doesn't apply to us. England is allied to a prince of the Byzantine Empire. That prince does have 5,000 men. And no, he's not the heir. Oh, it's just the Duke of Fries. Let's have a little look around the world, why don't we? It's a little bit quiet at the moment. We might as well look in every corner of the map, see what's going on. Nothing really interesting I can see. The Abbasids are in charge of Egypt, which we pointed out before, so they are a slightly different shade of green. That's about it. I just accidentally reused I'm the Viking's name again. That's like the 3rd time he's going to be in the game, alive as well. He is our current king, I am the Viking. At 66 years old, wow. The Umayyads look a little bit strange. I wonder what their primary title is. Is it... Wait, is that just the Muwalladi Caliphate? Oh, they're using the Caliphate title as... Is that a thing? I thought all holy, like, religious leader titles were duchy rank, but this one seems to be kingdom rank. That's interesting. So... Wait, the Muwalladi Caliphate, and he himself isn't Muwalladi, he is Ashari. And yet, the actual Caliph of the Muwalladi Caliphate is a separate title in Andalusia. Oh, yeah, no, this is what I was talking about. Look, a duchy's here. This is a religious head title. So we've got the Muwalladi Caliphate Duchy title here, the real one. This is the actual head of the faith. And then we've got the Umayyad Malikate, which by default the standard name is the Malikate of the Muwalladi Caliphate. So there's 2 of them, except this one's a fake. Very strange. See, I wouldn't have had any clue about all that weird, confusing stuff if I hadn't noticed that the Umayyads were a slightly different shade of green than normal. But that is really strange. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know if that's the result of, like, a new event or something from the Iberian struggle. Like, he's, like, reformed and made the caliphate, but then converted to Ashari again. Possibly. Carlos. Who is Carlos? Duke Halstein's bishop. Has brought my ward Halstein to the market today. Halstein was to hand out alms to the poor and needy. Pardon me, to learn about charity and the ruler's plight to the less fortunate. He refused to give a single coin to anyone, Carlos exclaims. Everyone we met were either undeserving or beneath him. In the end, he kept the gold. We don't really want an arrogant vassal. That's not great, because -5 opinion of liege. Generous. Free diplomacy, and he gets less income. That could be decent. Fickle. Hostile scheme resistance wouldn't be good if we ended up wanting to kill him, so... Yeah, no, you must care for the poor. We'll try and make him generous. My granddaughter Brieg has had a child, so now I've got a great-grandson. Okay. I don't know which line of the family she comes from, because she's already a granddaughter, so she is one of our children's children. The Queen Mother of Aquitaine. Ah, our wife died. Our wife died of old age at age 65. We've outlived her. But that was something I was just curious about. Aquitaine, we're no longer allied to them. The King of Aquitaine, Horrocks, who, thank you again for the raid earlier, he is the King of Aquitaine now, and he is in prison, imprisoned by none other than Duke Halstein, who we are currently teaching. That's pretty funny. When he was first captured, he was just like a random prince, and now he is the King of Aquitaine, and he's still in prison. My grandson as well. I do love that my dynasty has ended up on the throne of Aquitaine. I didn't, like, do anything to do that. That was just sheer luck. I just can't believe it. Like, the random, like, marriage we set up for our daughter, that ended up being the King of Aquitaine. Ugh, won't get much luck like that again. I'm not married. Oh, yeah, because my wife just died. You know, maybe it's just me taking it a little bit too seriously, but I always feel weird about, like, remarrying in this game, especially so soon. Like, our wife just died, at least let her corpse go cold first. Its body's practically still warm, and we're already looking to marry this young 19-year-old French woman. Would be a good alliance, one we already have, because this is the Giant of Brabant that married Splat the Rat. Oh, there they are again, that mercenary company, the Great Company. Could get an alliance with them. But do we really don't need yet another alliance. There's no point marrying someone young to have more kids, because we don't want more kids, it'd just fuck up succession. So maybe we just marry some, like, really old but also really capable woman. Let's sort by sum of all skills and see what we get. A 39-year-old, that's still fairly young, and she's lustful, so she probably is still fertile. 45-year-old intelligent? Maybe? What if I sort by age? Age, there it is. Yeah, she's the oldest one, 45 years old. There is also a Croatian here that's only quick. I'm gonna go for Millimera. We'll lose a bit of prestige, but I'm not really spending it on alt, so... This is purely to just get some extra bonuses to our own stats, because we get a share of our spouses. She's a peasant. Wow. King of Brittany marrying an actual peasant. And there we go. I accept your marriage proposal. You will be joined with my acquaintance Millimera in holy matrimony. That is a random mayor in Bavaria. No, not Bavaria. She is Bavarian, but she's the mayor of a town in Bohemia. Bohemia is also ruled by Bavarians. I wonder if they're going to make a hybrid culture, if they haven't already. No, they haven't. We need new Chancellor because our old one drank himself to death. Lad. The Duke of Leinster. The second option is the Duchess of Gwynedd with 0 diplomacy. What an outstanding Chancellor she would make. It's a bit like what we had at the start of the game, really. At the start of the game, we didn't even fill all slots. We only had 3 of the councillors, and they were all really shit. We could also give it to our son, and just do it purely for the skill and try and get more prestige and... Nah, I'm gonna give it to the Duke of Leinster for his opinion. And we're still swaying the Duchess of Gwynedd, that's good. We can declare wars we know about. Splikel Keaton secret revealed. Meow. I look down to see that my cat Splikel Keaton has dropped a scroll at my feet, sealed in my steward Duke Urbian's distinct style. Bit of a tongue twister then. Given into my curiosity, I skim the text. The deviancy I have committed. Oh, Duke Urbian. Oh, the Duke of Brittany. Wow, okay. Yeah, we're going black... Oh, no, we don't... Whoa, I'm accidentally double-clicking like mad there. Whoops. Yeah, we're going blackmail him, because I want to get a better vassal contract with him. go. And can we actually modify, or have we already done it? We've already done it in this lifetime. God damn. At least it's a strong one. It's just a shame that we're going to lose it on succession. Like, I wish we could tell our heir. Oh yeah, by the way, did you know that the Duke of Britain is a little bit of a freak in bed? We can demand a payment instead, which isn't bad. 80 gold. Sure. We'll settle for that. Currently, we can do a holy war against Navarra. Oh, that is a funny situation. So Navarra is Muslim, which isn't too unusual, as I'm sure most people that have been playing since the Fate of Iberia update know, because like at the start date, the heir to Navarra is already Muslim, so it converts quite quickly now. But what's interesting about this is that Navarra's capital is now outside of the Iberian struggle borders, so we can now just holy war them. Normally it's locked, so you can't holy war people inside the borders as an outsider, I don't think. And I think we can holy war him because we're like only 2 sea towers away, thanks to being in Brittany here. That would be a little bit weird though. Then our weird disjointed kingdom would span from the Outer Hebrides to Ireland, Wales, Cornwall, Brittany, and then down to Aquitaine here, or Gascony, I guess. That is a lot of alliances that are securing this. Not alliances, that's a lot of marriages that are securing this alliance. Who even is this guy? Whoa. Yusufid. That's a pretty big sultanate. They're doing quite well, actually. They're not going to easily be knocked out of southern Italy here. 6,600 men. And they're allied to Navarra, so that would be actually fairly difficult to do a holy war against. Not to mention the fact that it's a holy war, so even though you couldn't directly start a holy war on anyone within the borders, I think they could still join to help any that are outside. At least nearby. Getting a little bit confusing now. I'm not going to bother though, that's a little bit unnecessary, especially for the campaign we're trying to do. We're just trying to focus on Britain here and establish Cornish supremacy in the Isles. Which, by the way, we are taking our time doing. I will admit, this is going a bit slower than I expected. We can get a marriage here. That is Princess Soulburner that has just married Fernand de Cantabria. Very good. Wales is pretty vulnerable right now. 1,900 men, no alliance, ruled by a child. I really don't like having double ducal vassals, but it is really tempting to declare war on Wales on behalf of our Duchess here, the Duchess of Gwynedd. Because then we could get all of Powys in one go. Let me just see if there are any other claimants on it, and we can avoid that. Ah, this guy. He is a court physician, so he might not be willing. And he's also a knight, apparently. And I think you can't press women's claims unless the succession is equal or women preference. I'll be back in a second. I just need to check something for a minute, so I will BRB. I am back. Sorry about that. Where were we? Oh yeah, looking for claims on Polis, but there aren't any. Yeah, okay. I mean, we could do the war for Gwyneth's claim on it. She really isn't that powerful, and by taking these 3 counties, she probably won't get that much stronger. At the very least, she's not going to be any stronger than any vassals we already have. Like, we already have Brittany here, which is very strong. 4,500 men. That's, you know, like 2/3 of what we have. We really do want to break him up at some point, because it isn't great that he controls this entire duchy himself. Not to mention it's the, like, only de jure duchy that's part of our kingdom title. He still has a claim on the kingdom as well, because... Wow, that's passed on from his granddad. So we first took it... Oh, no, it didn't. It's the same character. We first took it from his dad, and then he passed it on to his son, the current duke, right? Yeah, you know what? I'm going to declare war on Wales. I'm going to do it for Gwyneth's claim, because I want to grow. I feel like we're not doing enough this stream, so... Oh, hi, Godslayer. How's it going? Very tired, only had 2 hours sleep last night, but wanted to say hi. Jeez, it's 2 hours sleep. Man, don't be dropping by just to say hi when you're on 2 hours sleep. You're gonna, like, collapse at any second. You sound like... It sounds like you really should be going to bed. However, I won't lie, I do appreciate the sentiment there, thank you. It is nice to see you in chat again, Godslayer. Aside from currently running on only 2 hours sleep, how's it going? Are you alright? I will rest in a few minutes. Good idea. I don't think we need to bother swaying this woman anymore, because she's probably going to fall in love with us for pressing this claim after we win. Vassals, any better people here? Nah, let's go for knights maybe. Everyone really does like us already. There's not many options left for us to sway. Even our enemies don't like us, like the Duchess or High Chiefess of Connacht plus 63 opinion. Oh, it's not nice? Oh, yeah, I mean, 2 hours sleep sounds rough. I've done all-nighters before, but I've never, like, only done, like, 2 hours sleep and then woken up again. It's like all or nothing for me. Either I do a full and proper sleep, which in my case can be a very long time, or I don't sleep at all. Though I try to avoid doing all-nighters now because the past couple times I did it, I questioned it afterwards and I was like, this really wasn't worth it. So now I'm just trying to remember that, and every time I'm tempted I have to remember back, don't do it, it's not worth it. Just go to sleep. I usually only ever consider doing all-nighters when I can't sleep, because I don't want to say I have insomnia, because it's not like diagnosed or anything, it's like not really even consistent, it's just quite often there's nights where I really can't fall asleep and it takes me hours, and those are the ones where I'm tempted to just get up again and do an all-nighter. Past 4 or something days, all I got is 5 or 6 hours sleep, I just can't sleep long at present. Damn, that sucks. Well, as you know, I'm not a doctor, so I don't really have any advice for that, but maybe some, like sleeping medicine or something would help. Something to help you fall asleep quicker, and then maybe you'd sleep for longer. Not sure, just spitballing. I know I've been tempted to try stuff that helps you fall asleep quicker. I'd have to look into it and maybe talk to a doctor first. You need a Mech Boss body pillow. I'm not sure about that. I mean, it'd be a very big body pillow, so at least it'd be that, but that'd be a little bit weird. You probably wouldn't like my big hairy face on a pillow. It'd probably keep you awake, if anything. I seized the hide of the terrifying fox of Merioneth after the siege of Shrewsbury. Oh, it's a small wall ornament, so we can actually hang this bad boy up. Let's put it right here. Hide of the terrifying fox of Merioneth. Wow. And there it is. Let's go and kill this army now then. And I saw we captured someone. Sarrazine. A French peasant fornicator poet. Well, she's an interesting character. Are you okay? How was your day? Yeah, I've had a decent enough day. Better than yesterday. Yesterday was just one of those days for me. It was a bit of a... I wouldn't say like a bad or a rough one. It's just nothing was really working out, so I was in a little bit of a bad mood all day, just slightly. I did try streaming, but that wasn't working out either, and I really couldn't be bothered trying to fix it, so I just gave up and decided to chill out on my own instead, which, you know, that was probably the best choice, rather than, like, forcing myself to stream when I was already in a bad mood. Would have probably been a pretty terrible stream. But yeah, compared to yesterday, I am a lot better today. Quite glad to be streaming again. I was very happy at the start of the stream, by the way, because... Oh, you're kidding me. What? My war was just ended. Did she die? She did. We were so close. God damn it. But, what was I gonna say? I did see you try and stream and even tried checking the short videos to see if you say anything, but then I think you deleted them. Yeah, I did delete them. I figured there's no point in keeping them because it was... Basically, the first one was basically 10 minutes of me being confused, complaining, and trying to fix an issue, and then the second one was the same thing but shorter. So there was really no point in keeping those VODs. Oh, this chump didn't even bring us any money as a sign of respect. He's just here to pledge his submission. What a bastard. Did notice we are now in charge of Worcestershire, though. Oh, I remember what I was going to say now. Yeah, I was very happy at the start of stream, so I've been in a good mood since then, because even though I was still diagnosing the same issues I had yesterday for, like, the first... I think it was, like, 18 minutes just solid of diagnosing issues, which, as you can probably tell, I did actually fix in the end. Almost as soon as I then started playing the minute after, I got a raid with a few viewers from a guy called Horrocks. Shout out to Horrocks for that. So that's put me in a good mood, if I'm honest. And I've been streaming for... well, you can see how long I've been streaming for, so... That's kept me going quite happily for a while now. I've been thinking a lot as well about what you were saying, how you don't, like, change games when you're streaming, and trying to think how that applies if you stream for longer and longer, because you get some people, like, mainly, like, big streamers that do, like, 6 or 7 hour streams, don't you? I suppose when you're doing them that long, you don't really have a choice but to start considering changing games up. But I have realised you are probably right about it. For, like, people of, like, our size, and for, like, even just doing, like, 3 or 4 hour streams, it is probably better to just stick and do one game. Because I have started to notice that the longer you're playing, like, one game for, maybe this is just coincidence, but the longer you're playing one game for, it seems to eventually do better and better, and you get a higher view count the longer you've been playing it. Again, maybe it's just coincidence, but it seems to happen fairly consistently with my streams. And that's why I've been playing CK3 for longer goes lately. Just because it feels more successful, and therefore it feels more fun. What are we spending our money on now? Did this city build yet? It's got 11 months left. Damn. Guess we'll build some stuff here instead. I think I'm going to want to build a castle here on these hills, so it'll have a defensive bonus. So we'll build a city and a church in these forests. Barnstaple. Could go for a church. No, I'm going to build a city first. Build the city of Totnes. Totnes? Totnes? I don't know. We must be near to getting another dynasty legacy soon. We aren't far off. We need 2,750. I will try and rest now, so take care and enjoy stream. Fair enough, Godslayer. Thanks again for popping by just to say hi. It's nice to see you every time. I'm sure I will enjoy the rest of my stream. You take care as well. Try and get some rest tonight. Good night. What is this? During the daily management of my realm, I have learned of several different opportunities I can pursue. Each opportunity has great potential, but realistically, I can only pursue one of them. I must determine what would ultimately give me the most value. I've heard rumours of a lost tome rediscovered. 50-50 chance of a book artifact that's either good or bad. Totnes, like Loch Ness. Ah, that was my first thought. And how's it going, Astra Ataria? Hope you're doing good. It's nice to see you in chat. Read the other message. Oh, I did miss another message. If I'm playing a game, I guess people go in to see that, so I just stream one game, then if I want to stream another game, I do another day, or just start up a new stream. Yeah, that's a fair idea. That's what I've been starting to think about doing as well. Like, I thought about doing a stream in the afternoon for one game, and then a stream in the evening for another, if I have time. It's good. I'm thinking of buying CK3, so I'm checking out the gameplay. Wow, okay. Well, I feel honoured to, I guess, basically be representing CK3 for you. Yeah, I'm not bad myself. I'm pretty good, thanks for asking. So I'll be sure to read out all these events and stuff then just for you, Astra. No night, Godslayer. Get some good rest. So what do we want here? Do we want 50-50 chance of a book that's either good or bad? We can gain a favour with the Duke of Leinster. Or we can just outright gain 250 gold, which would be nice. Can't lie, there's a lot of non-English streams right now. JK, I like your stream title. Well, I will be sure to add your name in the game. I'm sure we've got plenty of kids laying around in the family tree because I've held off on reusing names just for times like this. So I'll have a dig in the family tree and find someone to add your name in. I'm going to go for the favour. We're getting a hook on the Duke of Leinster, but I don't think we can actually modify his contract. Nah, you can only do it once per lifetime, and we have already done that, so... We can demand a payment, though. 50 gold. Which seems a bit pointless, because one of the other options was to gain, like, 250 gold. Name me after a weird child who has the craven, paranoid, ill traits, please. Well, I'll have a look around and see what I can do, but no guarantees. We do have quite a few children, so there's a chance that, you know, at least one of them will have one of those traits. I don't know what to use this hook on because it feels really a waste to just get 50 gold when one of the options was for 250. We could raise his daughter, but that's a little bit strange. We'll just have to take the L. We'll get the money. Lesson learned. Right, let's have a look in the family tree. Yeah, that's the right button. So, I'm pretty sure you can rename any child that is your child or your child's child, so children and grandchildren that are below the age of 16, if you're curious. So that basically leaves us with this section of the family tree. We'll just go from left to right. So, Silly Sock, that is one I named. That wasn't named after a chat member, that was just named because the original name looked like Silly Sock. So I'm reserving that one for that, if you don't mind. We got Condor here. Condor is paranoid. That was one of the traits you mentioned, right? Craven, paranoid, ill. So we'll have to keep a tab on this. We got Condor, my great-grandson. Condor is also handsome and hale, if that interests you. Leon is a name taken. Terrifian. Doesn't have any traits yet. No point doing these because they're not our family. We got Keen. Keen is a genius and comely. He's blonde too. Does that work for you? I am handsome. That's looking good. I mean, that might be the best option because most of my children and grandchildren are actually grown up now, so... 15 years old here. Oh, it's hidden. Whoops. There we go. Arbitrary. Craven. Also intelligent. Compassionate. Hale. Should we just go for the first one? What's he called? Condor? I made a pun about this one when I first saw him born last stream. I said, where was Condor when the Westfold fell? Hoping you get that reference, or it's just a little bit awkward that I explained it. Ah. Oh no. Wait, we should be able to rename him. Where's the button? What's Hale? Hale is the weakest form of the strong trait. So it's basically strong, but not that strong. There's robust here, which is the slightly better version. Leon has a strong physique. Hale is... Condor is fit and sound of body, so it's just, you know, a decent, healthy, fit body, basically. Better than average, but not good. Yeah, pretty much. Though I feel like I'm going to have disappointed you here, because I can't seem to rename him. Of course, he's not my son, he's not my grandson, he's my great-grandson, so I guess that means he's just out of range to be renamed. So I guess the limits are your own children and your grandchildren. I always thought, you know, that you could rename any of your family members that were below 16 years old. He's you in spirit. Well, I'll tell you what, we can put a pin on him, and then when we're playing as... We still might not be able to rename him even when we're playing as my son, because then he isn't going to be... this is a bit awkward. Yeah, I still don't think we're going to be able to rename him even after we die and we're closer related. So that's unfortunate. Let me have a look again and see if there's any other options. It's fine. But I want to keep checking. I'm sure we have a couple of other kids. We've got I Am the Viking, which is actually the third character called I Am the Viking. So I would be willing to rename this. Sorry, I Am the Viking. He is intelligent. There's no other traits yet. And then there's also Keen, which has Genius and Comely, if that is one you're interested in. There's going to be a weaker, sicker, handsomer child sometime. Yeah, eventually. We'll get lucky one day. I will keep that pinned just for you, though. We can keep tabs on him now and again, see what he's up to. Let's actually continue playing the game now, though, because that is what you're here to see. Need a drink of water now. Right, what are our next moves going to be? Like I keep looking, and like we actually tried to do before it was cancelled, we could go to war with Wales over Powys. This is something we tried to do, but the war was invalidated because the woman we were declaring war on behalf of for, said that a bit weirdly, but hopefully you get what I mean, she actually died, so it was no longer a valid casus belli. I can demand a quid from my granddaughter here. Rest in peace. I mean, she didn't like us anyway, so it's not that bad that she died. But now in her place we have Duke Osric, who also doesn't like us. We should actually sway him. Try and get him to like us a bit better. Oh, the Giant of Brabant has died. This absolutely humongous lad has died. Oh, he drank himself to death. I would have expected no less for him to die that way. How's Somerset doing? Unit. Yeah, absolutely a unit. Somerset's pretty quiet, I think. Nothing really interesting happening there. It's been a part of the royal domain of England basically the entire game since England was formed by Wessex. And it doesn't look like they've done anything really interesting with it. It's not too upgraded. Yeah, a bit boring really. Yeah, I can't believe this absolute unit has died. Speaking of people dying, here we go. This is my favourite character, my personal favourite character of this run, Lord Lead Ab Pangai. He just has the most amazing face, and he's so friendly to us, but he absolutely hates and is hated by everyone else. You know, he's ugly, he's a kinslayer, he's a murderer, he's excommunicated from the church, excommunicated rather, he's irritable, he's a schemer, he's callous, he's paranoid, he's ambitious, but you know, these are all traits on the outside. We know what he's really like on the inside. He's a mate, we bonded over a dance. I mean, how evil can he be? He busted out some really good moves and we just, you know, we were instantly drawn. What's this? Day drinking. The drunken antics of my courtier, Lucia, have been a subject of court gossip before. Lucia is our executioner, who is also working as a physician as a bit of a side gig. So she's getting drunk. But lately she seems to have taken them to a whole new level. Getting drunk by mid-morning, passing out in the castle courtyard, stumbling to the tavern in the afternoon, and waking up in the stables with a hangover the next day. Lucia's degenerate behaviour is an embarrassment to all who reside in Launceston. She's quite the character, is Lucia. She can sober up in the dungeons. Somerset is where I am, but like 1,000 years in the future. Lucia is a party girl, let her be. I'm inclined to agree. She's also intelligent, so she clearly knows what she's doing. A stern talking to will set her straight. Let the others mock her. Hell, I'll laugh with them. That's a bit mean. I mean, the options aren't great here. It's either we try and get her to stop, or we just laugh at her. I guess we'll just give her a little talking to. 99% chance that she loses the trait drunkard, and she actually appreciates us for it. So yeah, we'll do her that favour. She is no longer a drunkard. Oh, her partying days are over. My granddaughter can marry. My granddaughter, who is the daughter of Jeb Bush. Can we get an alliance? I don't think we really need an alliance, but it's worth checking. The Duke of Swabia. As always, the Serene Republic of Venice. They're like always in this list. Is there an Alcoholics Anonymous in 990 AD? Maybe we could start one. I mean, I was talking with Splat the Rat, another person in chat earlier, about we were going to build a nightclub here on the Isle of Man, but someone already built the entire city of Ramsey instead, so that's no longer an option. He's 57, don't marry her to him. Age is just a number. Don't judge Astra. Who knows, maybe they're soulmates and they just don't know it. Ew. I mean, you gotta get used to that kind of thing if you're planning on playing Crusader Kings 3, I'm afraid. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Wait till you look at the subreddit. There is a whole new level of incest going on there. At least I don't partake in that. Soulmates because she'll or soilmates because she'll bury him. I mean, it's our heir's daughter, so maybe we do marry her off to someone nicer instead. Because, although it's a slim chance, it's not impossible that she could end up the queen one day, so I'm going to apply my filter and look for some nicer candidates. These candidates are all within the same 5 years of age, and they have an inheritable trait. So there's lots of intelligent and beautiful and strong people here. She is 16, so... I mean, as long as it's within 5 years of age, even waiting 5 years for the husband to come of age, she'll still be able to bear children by the time he's old enough. So that doesn't matter too much. We could even get an alliance out of it from these top two candidates. The Count of Bayarn and the Count of Pitton. Oh, if you're from Somerset, I suppose that's how... yeah, because you corrected me on how to pronounce these two baronies then, so that's how you know, because you're from the area, right? Or nearby, at least. Or is that bollocks? Am I just guessing here? I'm going to marry her off to... my great-grandson? No, I mean, there aren't great candidates here, to be honest. They're all, even like these traits, although they are decent and inheritable, none of them are the best. They're all like the worst form of each one they are. So like, that's from the beautiful line, but it is like the you know, the worst of the best, basically. Yeah, I'm nearish. I have family around the UK, so I pass places. Ah, fair enough then. Let's just go with this guy, the handsome Corrado di Milano. Hopefully she has a thing for Italians. Oh shit, I forgot to actually set it to matrilineal as well, apparently. Wait. Oh yeah, now it's matrilineal, there are even fewer people here. Comely is such an odd word, I haven't heard it outside of Game of Thrones. I mean that makes sense because Game of Thrones is also a medieval setting, but I agree, I've not actually heard it. I don't even actually remember hearing it inside Game of Thrones, so... How about Carlos? Carlos Carlosef de Vizcaya. He is a Basque. Sure, why not? Match made in heaven. Comely. To the handsome king, I'm the Viking of Brittany. I gladly accept your marriage proposal. Your granddaughter Isoud and my son Carlos will be joined in holy matrimony. May God grant them long life and many children. I agree. Excellent. To mean pretty. Call to war. The King of Leon is calling us into another war. We're already in his other one, which I forgot about. Since you're new to CK3, I will actually explain my thinking here. Well, what's going on, rather. I'm just going to hide this event. We'll pretend it doesn't exist for a minute. We're allies with the King of Leon here in northern Spain. He's called us into 2 separate wars against 2 separate opponents. Naturally, we've accepted, because we don't want to lose our alliance. However, I'm not actually going to help, because, you know, helping in the war, that's going to be expensive. It's going to cost money, it's going to cost manpower, and we don't want to do that. So hopefully, he actually gets his ass kicked by his opponents quick enough that he doesn't have a go at us for not helping. And that is my thought process for not joining. There's a part where a less than slim lady is described as comely and someone else says more like homely. Plus. Plus? What do you mean, please? That was pretty loud, by the way, I think, then. Was the audio too loud? Do I need to turn the game down? Oh, my brother Hoy drank himself to death. Looks like a lot of people in this game are actually getting proper rat-assed and drinking himself to death. More so than usual, I might say. Yeah, this was our dear brother Hoy. You'll be missed, Hoy. I'll be sure to re-add you to the game later. Please, as in the explaining, but you did, and thanks. A changing mind, my ward, Duke Holstein. So Duke Holstein is the Duke of Munster, our vassal, and we have taken it upon ourselves to raise this boy as our own, and he is our ward. We are teaching him the way of life. So we have an option here to teach him a lesson. He's been asking me for a spinning top for a long time, and I told him I would get him one for in 3 months if he displayed more focus in his studies. Get one for him in 3 months if he displayed more focus in his studies. He simply waved my offer away, saying he did not really care about that anymore. I'm helping in the war by cheerleading, yeah, pretty much. I'm just moral support from across the sea, just waving a sign. Go on, you got it. But we're raising him as a teacher because, you know, he's our vassal, so we want him to like us. So we're basically giving him subtle nudges here and there to get traits which are more beneficial to us. So we made him generous, so he's getting less money and he's more diplomatic. And now we have a choice to get rid of fickle or keep it, I think. Yeah, fickle, content, or trusting. And for a vassal, you always want content. Because content vassals really like their liege. Opinion of liege plus 20. So this is a bit of a no-brainer. We're going to make him content. He must focus on the boons he already possesses. It stresses us out a bit because that's against how we feel personally. But in the long run, that is going to be very beneficial. It stressed us out so much that we've actually had a mental breakdown. Guilt and shame have been plaguing me as of late. All of my sins, my flaws, my failings. These dark thoughts distract me from my responsibilities and keep me awake at night. Ah, don't we all have this? I feel like I must do something to put an end to this mental anguish, but what could possibly help? I must confess to all my wrongdoings. We can become contrite. The sting of the lash will excise my sins. Or I must be strong and resist these impulses, and you gain even more stress. Mental breakdowns, game too real. Yeah, that's a thing which the previous game, CK2, didn't have, which I think is a really cool idea, which Paradox have... I mean, they could have implemented it a little bit better in parts, but on the whole, I think it was a really good idea. So basically, you gain stress depending on certain actions you take. So some characters... Say for me, I'm humble. It stresses me out to do things which aren't in my nature as a humble person. So if I act really ambitious, it's going to stress me out. And it basically just acts like that. It's basically a countermeasure to stop people from metagaming and playing more like the characters they are ruling as. But it's not so game-ending that you can't still do that. It just makes it challenging if you do. So I think it's actually a really good idea. But, yeah, so we got stressed out because we forced our vassal to be something else he wasn't. Right, so what do we want to do? Contrite would mean we have less intrigue because we're always confessing everything we do to people. But we do lose stress by doing it. Flagellant means we lose... I think it's pronounced flagellant. Maybe it's a hard G, flagellant? I don't know. That means we lose 2 prowess, which is basically our personal fighting ability. We are less healthy because we're basically mutilating ourselves all the time, or at least hurting ourselves. And then this also has the stress loss thing. This one is the one I usually go for. I mean, I don't really know why, now I'm thinking about it. Especially when there's ones like this, which it's just -2 intrigue, and I don't normally play as intrigue characters, so this doesn't bother me. But for some reason, I always go for this one. And it's pretty dangerous, because you do end up hurting yourself. Like, if you take it now, you start with wounded, so you have to get better straight away. We lose 36 stress from the get-go from taking it. Same for this one. Flagellant. Oh, kind of rhymes with flatulent. Flagellant. Okay. Thank you for that. But yeah, we're going to go for Contrite. You gained the trait Contrite. Nature and Nurture. After my long tutelage of young Andres, I was pleased to no end when he told me that he considers himself Cornish. So this is a fun outcome. Basically, what we did here, we took on another child to teach, the same as we did in Munster. And we also did the same thing here earlier, as what we've got now. And what has happened is, we've raised him long enough that we've specifically raised him to become Cornish, because originally he was Norse, like his dad. So we've basically taught him in the Cornish language, taught him our Cornish values, and now he considers himself Cornish. And we did that because we don't like the Norse, and the Norse don't like us. Their cultural acceptance between Norse and Cornish is -26. Like, in terms of opinion. And since he is going to be our vassal one day, because he is the son of our vassal, it helps that he doesn't have that really bad debuff. And the easiest way to get rid of that is to make it so he isn't even Norse anymore. Hence why we converted him to Cornish. Andres is a very French name. I was going to guess he was a Norse or Anglo. Oh, pride moment. Yeah, that's what we did with Munster as well, because he was also Norse. He was born to Duke Harold, and that's why he's also called Duke Holstein, a very Norse name. It's just we managed to convert him to Cornish during his studies. Do we even want to know why he's got this? This character has been covered head to toe in excrement. Covered in feces, -2 diplomacy, health minor penalty. I don't think we even want to know. We'll just leave him be. We don't mention that. Until January. January 994 as well. So it's not just next January. It's for 2 years nearly. He's doing some very strange things, it would seem. Either that, or he just never gets a bath and is never going to get wet at all. He is just going to be covered in poop for 2 years. Shitty 2 years, eh? Yeah, nice. Is that part of being Cornish? Oh, that is sly. Can't believe you would say that. Cornish is a glorious and proud culture. Cornish are dexterous fishermen, storytellers, ancient miners, and culture blending. I figured I'd take the opportunity to show you this screen, because every culture has its own unique traditions and pillars and cultural ethos, and that determines how you act and certain things you can do. Got your own language and all. Well, technically in CK3 it isn't even our own language, it is the Brythonic language, which is the same as Welsh, which is the same as Cumbrian, which is the same as Breton. All of these, apparently, according to CK3, speak the exact same language. quite satisfied. My ward Andres has been asking me for a rolling hoop for a long time, and I told him I would get him one in free again with the focusing on your studies thing. However, his response was that he was fine with his current dedication to his studies, reward or no reward. Ah, so he's actually alright just being content. That's what he's gone into this with. And like I said, since he's going to be our vassal one day, obviously we want him to be content for the... Hang on, let me do this. There we go. For the opinion of Liege plus 20. So, yeah. We all learn to live with our lot in life. Good lad. Real life, though, you've got protected language rights and pasty rights. We got an event where we got a pet cat last time I streamed, and I couldn't think of any other name, so I just called the cat Pasty, in honour of Cornish pasties. But then I realised that I don't think Cornish pasties were a thing in the 990s, or... Well, it was the 980s then, I think. Because I'm pretty sure pasties developed in, like, the 19th century, right? Because it was a way for coal miners and whatever to be able to eat food. Because, you know, the pasty, they had, like, you know, really mucky hands from, like, being in mines, whatever. So the pasty was basically a way of protecting the filling, I think. I don't know, maybe I'm chatting shit here. Maybe it's a myth. But we have a different cat now anyway, called Splikel Keaton, at the request of a chat member. After yet another stressful day, I slump down on a chair in my chamber. For how long will I be able to keep this up? Suddenly I hear a quiet meow, and... quiet meow, and my cat Splikel Keaton jumps up on my lap and starts purring. I sit with him for a while, just listening to the calming sound and petting his white fur. I think I can do this for a bit longer. It's like a variation of a sandwich, I'll Google it. Yeah, I think it's the same reasoning as that, basically, because it's got dirty hands. In any case, I don't think it was a thing in the 10th century. Yeah. Arranged marriage. Who's this guy? Prince Itzkaraki. Itzkaraki's wife has died. She was killed during a siege, apparently. She was Italian. Okay. 16th century. Ah. So, it is later than... You know, it's still later than it is now, but it's also earlier than I expected. Who do we want Itzkaraki to marry? Helene von Thuringen? Again, another drunkard character. Adopted by miners, as you said, 17th and 18th century. Ah, okay. I mean, that reasoning doesn't really make that much more sense when you think about it, because you're still eating the pastry part, aren't you? So that's still going to get dirty from your, like, dirty miner hands if that's... I don't understand. That's why I was questioning it as I was telling it. I was like, maybe this isn't right, because that doesn't actually make any sense. Yeah, let's just marry Itzkaraki to Helene. That's a fine enough match, if you ask me. I gladly accept your marriage proposal. Excellent. We haven't been to war in a while. Let's have a look at claimants for the Duchy of Powys. Maybe there's someone we can press a claim for. We've got the court physician of this guy. Aha! So this guy has a claim on the Duchy of Powys, and he would be willing to join our court. So we'll be able to press his claim and attack Wales on his behalf. There we go, he's joined our court. We also have a new perk to unlock. Fearful troops? How fearful are we? Our natural dread is 3 out of 100. We're not very scary. And all that's coming from our grandma's old copy of Crime and Punishment. People are scared of us because we have a book. We'll just go for detailed ledgers. Get more Republican vassal tax. When cooked in the morning, a good pasty could keep the filling warm for the 8 hours and could keep the miners warm too. I'm not sure I buy it. I mean, wait. I suppose a good pasty. I was going to make a comparison to Greg's, but... Because, you know, Greg's pasty clearly doesn't last 8 hours. Greg's pasty is cold in like 10 minutes, honestly. Brilliant general knowledge for me to add to the index of useless bits I've gathered. Well, I'm glad I was able to facilitate the addition of this knowledge, even if just in a small part. let's attack Wales. We got this guy's claim on Powys, declare war. And we will do the same thing we did before, we'll just go straight for the capital, which is in Shrewsbury. These are facts from a Cornish history page. Ah. We don't care about allies in this war. We can handle this ourselves. We can demand money from our granddaughter here because we are the house head. She gets 0.1 gold a month. She's saved up 4 gold in the years she's been alive, and we can just take it from her. It had to be done. Siege down this capital. The capital is currently occupied by the Duke of Kent because that is another war which Wales is fighting. The Kentish claim on the Kingdom of Wales. Oh, that's a bit sly. So the Duke of Kent is trying to do a bit of a William the Conqueror thing here. Try and make his own kingdom and elevate his status from Duke to King. We're going to get in the way of that a bit and undo his occupation and replace it with our own occupation. Wow, that's her life-saving? You'll have to forgive me, I often forget what I was talking about even like a minute ago, so... Oh, sorry, I'm not sure what you're talking about there. Is that in response to something I said? Let's kill this army. Ah, Dynasty Legacy. About time. Robbed your grand... Oh, right, yeah. Okay, oh, it's her life savings. Ah, she's making 0.1 gold a month. She'll make it back in no time. Which one... Oh, I do like my development growth, but Architected Ancestry is one of the best legacies in the game. You choose one congenital trait to become more common in the dynasty, so every child born in our family will have a higher chance of getting this trait. We can make everyone in the family more likely to be a dwarf, or scaly, or a giant, or albino, or fecund, or hale, or quick, or comely. Well, it feels like most of our family are already comely. Feels like a good portion of them are also hale. The obvious choice is quick. But, you know, it could also be fun to just go for one of these other options instead. I wouldn't mind a family of giants. What do you reckon, Astra? Should we have a family of giants? Dwarfs? Scaly skin? Normally I do just go for quick if I go down this branch, but I don't normally go down this branch anymore because it feels a bit too overpowered. But for the sake of the stream, I figured I should do it. You know, just so we can accomplish our goals a bit easier. Bunch of units. Yeah, see, that's what I was thinking. We can try and get them all looking like the guy from when you first joined. Huge, attractive units. The only downside... Well... The only two downsides, I guess, is that you're less attractive for some reason. I mean, I'd like a giant woman myself, but then also a minor health penalty. I mean, that's not great, but it is only minor. Fecund doesn't just do fertility, it does life expectancy as well, which I didn't know about, or... Well, I forgot about it, rather. Brienne of Tarth is a beauty. Exactly. You know what? I'm going to do it just for the fun. We'll see how our family looks 50 years down the line. Architected Ancestry. There we go. Oh, do the rabbit. Oh, too late. God damn it. Giants is good. Yeah, giants are good. And it's not guaranteed. It's not going to be every single birth. Though, hopefully it is common. I want it to be known across the world that Cornish men are giants. I was like 3 seconds too slow. Giant babies, oh my god. Yeah, the giants are also... I mean, not the giants. The babies are also bigger than average. My Marshal Henrique has been showing off a promising new recruit. He may not be as of noble stock as you, my liege, but on my name I swear that Adred is someone you would want on your side. I will be the judge of that. 21 Marshal, pretty good. 15 Prowess, pretty decent. He is a strategist and unyielding defender. I'd say yes. Edred Perry, you are a decent commander. He will serve me. I can try and show you some random giants, actually. I'll use the character finder and we can see if we can see any giant babies. Giants do tend to have slightly strange faces, I've noticed. It doesn't help that she's 67 years old and drunkard, but let's sort by age. Oh no, you can't really tell when they're babies. I think maybe when they get a little bit older, like, let's see, like 5-year-old or something. 6-year-old. Yeah, I think it's hard to tell when they're on the portrait on their own like that, but that is taller than average for like a 6-year-old in this game. I think. This could just be me again also chatting shit, making it up as I go along. Oh, you can definitely start to see it at age 13, though. He's starting to get the bigger face. He's like the size of an adult at this point already. And then when you get to actual adults, they are huge. Look at these. Look at that compared to his wife. Absolutely huge. Cornish pixies are so 1000 AD. Yeah, we're all about Cornish giants. We are killing the Welsh. Very good. Don't take that out of context. We also captured a prisoner. Kopsiger. He's not the best commander, but he is a commander, and certainly one they were using because we captured him in battle, so... One thing I like to do when that happens is recruit and to gain a hook on them. So you basically force them to serve as your commander instead, and then you gain a hook so they owe you a favour at some point in the future. Oh, for God's sake, it happened again! The wall was invalidated. Why? King Arthur no longer controls any of the claimed counties. King Arthur. Oh. King Arthur Cadagson. He no longer controls Powys. Really? Oh, he's got a rebellion. The current Duchess of Powys decided to rebel, so he no longer controls it. He's 11. Yeah, yeah, so Wales first gained independence from England because England used to control Wales, and it like split on succession between two sons, I think. Yeah, so you had King Edwig the Smelly of England. He was a good lad. He helped us in a few wars. When he died, his kingdom was split in two between King Saxred of Wales and King Oshere of England. And then King Saxred, it passed on to his daughter, Queen Wulfrith. And then Queen Wulfrith died very soon into her reign because she died in childbirth, and so it passed on to her son, King Arthur. He inherited when he was even younger, I think. He inherited in 988, so what? That's 5 years ago, so he will have been 6. The 6-year-old King Arthur. Oh, there we go. The commander that was in our prison has accepted his terms for release. No wonder the Duchess of Powys sees her in. Yeah, what is she actually declaring war for? It is a liberty war. So the Duchess has done something naughty here, and the king has decided to possibly strip her of her title, and she's basically just said no. That's what's happened there. Give him a wife. I could try and give him, like, one of our family members, but I don't think he'd accept. I mean, he probably would, but it's not really beneficial to us to do that, because we're trying to conquer Wales, not make an alliance with them. But we'll have to wait for that rebellion to end before we can try press the claim again. It's this guy. He's probably going to die by then. He's got syphilis. I'll give the commander a wife. Where is he? Hopsiger. I suppose I could. Most of these people are in different parts of the world, though, so he wouldn't be our commander anymore. He'd go and move to stay with them. There's no easy way to stop that. In fact, it's a little bit strange that people like the mayor of Cardona are coming up, because you would expect her to want a matrilineal marriage, so any kids born of the marriage belong to her dynasty. Though I suppose she doesn't have a dynasty, so the AI probably isn't taking that into account. Do you gain favour for giving me a lady? Nah, unfortunately not. I have had commanders which I've grown fond of in games before, and it's, you know, I've been like best mates with them, so I've tried to set them up before, but the game doesn't really recognise any feeling behind doing that. We can take £5 from my cousin's grandson. Had to be done. We can also take £50 from my other grandson, who happens to be the petty king of Armagnac. Oh, it's Peking Horrocks. So Horrocks actually used to be the king of Aquitaine, but it seems the kingdom of Aquitaine has been dissolved, so now he's just the petty king of Armagnac. Let's take his money. That sucks. Seems like that should be a feature. The closest thing I can think of is a fairly new event they added. I think it comes as part of the last... the last like DLC, the Friends and Foes event pack, where basically if you have a friend that isn't married, you can have an event to try and set them up with someone, and you basically play a matchmaker. But yeah, like I say, that's a new event, and it's not quite the same. We have a lot of money, which I didn't realise, and that city has been built, so I'm going to now build a trade port here. Good. It's a little bit complicated, but I can try and explain why I'm building a trade port here, because we don't actually control this city. We are a feudal government, as you can see here, feudal, so we can only control castles like Tintagel and Launceston, not cities and churches. So when we built this city, it became a republican vassal, aka a mayor. However, if it's in a county you control like this, and it's just like a baronial vassal, or a baronetier vassal, like a mayor, then you can still build on their behalf. So what I'm doing here is building a small harbour in the city, because the small harbour actually gives benefits to the whole county rather than just the city. It does this holding, so just the city gains tax, yeah, whatever, but then the whole county gains development growth. And we've already got that in Tintagel and Launceston. In fact, we've got the better version, which is 10%, so we've got 10%, 10%, and then soon to be another 5%. So overall, the development growth of Cornwall is going to increase. Tintagel, great climbing there. Yeah, so that's basically it. Need new I keep doing a thing right, where for some reason I keep talking like Sean Connery. Like, I keep turning my S's into sh's. Like, I was gonna say, we need new steward. But no, we do need new steward. We could go for the most capable guy here, which is 19 stewardship, or we could go for the game's recommended one, which is the Duke of Brittany. And I think that would be the best option, because he's like our most powerful vassal. Thank you for the follow, Astra. It's much appreciated. Yeah, so we're gonna make this guy our steward. I have to ask, was it the really crappy Sean Connery impression that finally won you over to follow? If it was, I'll have to try and do it more often. I thought I'd done that ages ago, I was like, fair enough. We still have loads of money, even after building this trade port. So, let us... this one isn't done building, and I don't think we can afford a church. No, we need 109 gold more. We've got no men-at-arms we need to upgrade, so... Ceredigion, maybe? Upgrade these pastures? Why not? We're gonna give it away at some point, but at least for the time being... I was going to unfollow because of the Sean Connery impression, then I saw I hadn't followed you. I don't blame you, to be honest. Oh no! Oh, oh god! I just like sat back then and was just laughing at what you said, and but no, you have died. King I am the Viking of Brittany rests in the arms of the Lord at 70 years of age. He died from a seizure. Plagued by demons, he often raved about his imminent doom. That's because he was actually possessed. I can't hover over it now, but yeah, that's the possessed trait. Sean Connery killed you. Yeah, probably. A Sean seizure. uh, um, but now, King the God Emperor Jeb Bush ascends to the throne. Loyal to his spouse and family, the God Emperor Jeb Bush is certain to place the good of his dynasty above all personal concerns. Is he now? That is some pretty good diplomacy. The game is right. Shall we have a little walk down memory lane and see who we've played as so far? It's not many, but I might as well just show them off, just for the sake of it. So we started as Petty King Mechbots. This isn't a custom character, this was just the default character, who I forget the name of, but is like an actual historical ruler. And I just renamed him to Mechbots, because I figured, you know, my stream, I'm starting the family. And yeah, he was pretty crap, honestly. He had ambitious, and that's about the only redeeming factor about this character. Really crap traits. Not traits, stats. And then he passed the throne on to Petty King Hoiblobvis, who was a decent character when he was alive, but since he's dead it doesn't take into account certain modifiers anymore, because they were wiped. He was very sinful. He's actually our great-grandfather. But yeah, he was very sinful, always going to the brothel, always lashing out at people, and then he sort of just lost it towards the end. Became very weak of body. And so the throne eventually then passed on to King Scarecrow, who, as you can see by his title, was actually a king, not just a petty king. He went on to take the Kingdom of Brittany for our distant cousins in, well, actual Brittany. He was probably my first decent character in this run until he died a very horrible and painful death. He had good traits until he also gained infirm like his dad, so weak of body, Scarecrow was not fit for much except waiting for death to claim him. And then like a month later, cancer. And then to try and treat the cancer, it went really bad. Like the physician proper botched the job, cut his leg off, severely wounded him, and then he just died from his injuries. So yeah, not a great way to go. And then it went on to the character you just saw, I Am the Viking. Pretty decent character. Until he got possessed, but even then that's not bad, that's just health penalty really. And now, at last, we are playing as Jeb Bush. Less painful than Sean Seizures. I don't know. Oh, that is a fun tidbit. We're now technically also the King of Ireland. Because we are on Confederate partition. So this is like the most common default starting succession law which you find in the game, especially in the 867 start date. And what it means is, if your realm, your current ruler, has multiple eligible heirs, so say he has like 3 sons, then it will split your realm evenly as possible between those sons. So if you have 3 duchies, each son will get a duchy. If you only have 3 counties and no duchy, each son will get a county and therefore be independent. And if you have 3 kingdoms even, then it will hand out the kingdoms evenly. But it doesn't just stop there either, because Confederate partition actually creates the titles. So even if I wasn't the King of Ireland before, the game created the title, the Kingdom of Ireland, just so it could pass it out if need be. So now we have to worry about having 2 kingdoms on succession. On the plus side, we do only have 1 son, so we don't have to worry about it for the time being, unless Ermenarda here gives us another son. With you. Okay, good. So really, we want to move to partition so the game stops creating new titles for us, because then we can at least manage succeeding with what titles we have, rather than dealing with new ones that spawn, basically. But then beyond that, we want to then move to high partition, which is basically the same, but then your primary heir gets a bigger slice of the pie, basically. Did your money get split in three too? Well, in the like hypothetical situation, if you have three kids, good question. I think it might. I think, yeah, your money might get split because your money is inherited as well. And I imagine if you are still on partition like this, that must also split. If not, then it will probably just be your primary heir gets all of it. I'm not sure about that. Looks like it did. Think you had 300 plus. No, it definitely didn't in this situation because that was just a hypothetical. In this situation, I only had one eligible heir, which was Jeb Bush. We did have another son here, but to stop us having to deal with the kingdom splitting in half and Ireland gaining independence that way, we actually disinherited our eldest son here. So that, you know, that's a bit of a cheesy way to get around it, and it's actually quite easy to do, a little bit overpowered. And yeah, all that does is it basically means they can't inherit your titles, so it's like they don't exist, they're not eligible. Sucks for him, yeah. And clearly he doesn't like it, because now we're playing as his younger brother that inherited. He's our rival. Yeah, you and Scarecrow came to despise each other after constantly being at odds at our dad's court. Wow. But yeah, he doesn't even have claims on the kingdom, because since he wasn't eligible, he can't even claim to try and be king. Just because he was disinherited. But yeah, so we basically, for all intents and purposes, only had one son on succession, so the kingdom didn't split at all. It just, all of it went straight down to one person. Yeah, we're trying to work towards partition. The way to do that is you have to get a tech advancement. Each culture manages its technology differently, so you can discover different things at different times. And since we are the head of the Cornish culture, we decided that we're focusing on hereditary rule, because that's what lets you do partition, rather than confederate partition. His wife has a nice hat, though. Yeah, she does. Oh, she's Muslim. Wait, where is he? That's a little odd. So he is married. Like, he has his wife. But for some reason, his wife isn't with him. His wife is here for some reason. On a nice little holiday in sub-Saharan Africa, apparently. Interesting. I was going to try and convert her to Catholicism, because she's technically part of the family now, but, you know, she's too far away to interact with, because she's on holiday. Her name is Goto. She had to go to Africa. See, maybe you should be the one streaming, because you're coming up with all these great one-liners. I'm just stealing your comments here. Gosh, there's so many layers to this game. Yeah, but don't worry, you pick it up, and, you know, the more times you play it, you learn different things. And it starts to stick. You learn your lessons, you remember how you did things in other campaigns, and you learn what went wrong and how to avoid it. It is just a little bit of a steep learning curve. Greetings, my handsome liege. This is the Duke of Leinster. I have arrived in Launceston to pay homage to you, glorious king. As a show of my loyalty, I hope my pledge of submission alone is evidence enough of my honour. So since we have succeeded, the game doesn't do coronations, but it is something a lot of players are hoping Paradox will introduce. But yeah, no coronations, but we are a new king now, and so our vassals will probably come visit our court and pay homage like this guy is doing. I wait patiently on my throne for the arrival of Duke Brefok, who is soon announced and ushered before me. He kneels in deference, offering nothing but his oath to faithfully serve as a vassal of the kingdom. At last I bid the Duke arise, confirming my satisfaction and Brefok's rights to the lands he rules in my stead. Serve me well, Duke Brefok. He called you handsome, let him in. Evidently can't spell though. Ah, you spell better than me. I have way too many typos when I'm typing. Oh no. Oh no. My once favourite character, the dear friend of our father, Lord Lead, has created a faction against us. This beautiful son of a bitch, he doesn't like us. So, he had a bonus because he was so close to our predecessor. We already had a bonus of 25 opinion. but he really doesn't like us. Like, that's not good enough to carry his opinion. He has too many other reasons to dislike us. He doesn't like that we've only just taken to the throne, so there's a short reign penalty. That'll gradually diminish. We have that with every vassal. He wants a seat on the council, and frankly, I think he does deserve it. He was our previous spy master, I believe, and he is good at it. He has 24 intrigue. So, yes, you can have your old job back. That makes him a lot happier. He is also still pissed off at us because title claimant. He has a claim to the Duchy of Cornwall, apparently. Seems like he's got a point. Yeah, I mean, I agree too. That's why I give him his old job back. He can't have Cornwall, though. That's out of the question. Cornwall's ours. He just has that because we share a great-grandfather. Well, it's his grandfather, my great-grandfather, so he got it from him. Why else is he pissed off? Not rightful liege. Ah, that is a whole other can of worms, which a lot of people, even like after a few hundred hours, aren't aware of exists. The game has a whole system of what's called de jure titles. And de jure basically means legally right. So there's de jure empires. This is like the neatest possible map mode. Every part of the map neatly organized into a de jure empire. So legally, Sicily belongs to the Byzantine Empire, for example. England, Scotland, Wales, and Ireland all legally belong to the Empire of Britannia. Even though it doesn't exist, it's like a hypothetical thing. And then beyond empires, it breaks down a level into kingdoms, which, you know, it starts to get a little bit messier, but it's still fairly neat. So you got like the Kingdom of Sicily, the Kingdom of Sardinia, Aquitaine, West Francia, because kingdoms are made up of duchies, which you can then see here. And this is where it starts getting into, like, why he's got the penalty. So, we're the King of Brittany, right? We control all this territory. And just because we control this territory doesn't mean that we legally should control it. Hi, Lanky, how's it going? You having a good evening? I'm just explaining some rules and how to play CK3 to Astra here. So, don't mind this. Yeah, as I was saying, so we rule Brittany, but legally speaking, Brittany only consists of Brittany here, the peninsula in France. So we don't actually have a legal right to control any of this other land, and our vassals know that. So you'll see every vassal that is in a territory that isn't de jure part of Brittany, they have this penalty. Oh, it hasn't updated. Hang on. There it is. Levies and tax are reduced as you are not Earl Kinga's rightful liege. That's basically it. God, this is far more complex than I anticipated. The adverts make it look like a weird mobile game. Yeah, I mean, it does have a lot of depth, but you should see CK2. CK2 has even more, if you ask me. Like this, and it doesn't look as nice. A lot of people would hate me for saying that, but CK2 does not look as beginner-friendly as CK3 does. CK2 basically has glorified spreadsheets for every window. But yeah, that you don't have to worry about that. That is a really niche little mechanic to do with vassal management, which, like I say, a lot of experienced players don't even know about. Because it is really hard to notice. Like, it is literally just that little thing there, which you don't even always have. CK2 is free on Steam is the thing. It's a good way to try it. Yeah, they did that when they released CK3, but you don't get any of the DLC with it. And there is a lot of DLC for CK2, and a lot of it does, like, add mechanics which make a difference. But yeah, that was definitely what they were thinking. They were thinking, make CK2 free, give people a taster of what kind of game this is, because, to be fair, it is a pretty unique type of strategy game, isn't it? You know, if they like CK2, they then naturally look to CK3. Leviathan. It behooves a king to spend time at sea, with the salty air in his face and a fine vessel beneath his feet. Today sees my personal craft and a small escorting squadron out for drills, practice and pleasure. The short voyage has been an exhilarating change of pace from life at court when we spot it. A distant plume of water, followed by a small island of wine-dark flesh rolling out of the waves. The greatest beast of all the deeps. A whale. Get the harpoons! We can kill the whale. or try and kill it. 67% chance. It's worth 100 gold if we can haul it back to shore. Let the others handle it, just bring me the carcass. So if we just stay out of the way, the sailors will do it, but, you know, they'll probably want a bigger cut, so they only give us 50 gold when we bring it back to shore. Or a creature of fearsome majesty, leave it be. The whale goes free and we gain prestige. Nah, I think we gotta try and kill the whale. I mean, don't get me wrong, I like whales, but I like money more. Ah, the beast escapes you. You spent 75 prestige. We didn't even get the damn whale. Same as Sims 4 being free right now, all the DLCs are still full price. Cash money, dollar bills, y'all. Cash rules everything around me. Green, get the money. Dollar bill, y'all. I haven't heard that song in quite a while, actually. Oh, right, yeah, I totally forgot. When you die, like... I always joke and say most of your council rage quits because they don't like whoever's succeeding you. But I think in reality it's just Paradox trying to give you a chance at resetting your council. Is that your wife that's preg? I'll have a look in a second. I'll just appoint some new councillors quick. We want to appease our powerful vassals because powerful vassals want to be on the council, so we'll give it to him. He's not bad at the job either, 14 diplomacy. Steward, yep, we'll give it to Duke of Brittany, that's who we gave it to before. So now they love us. We're swaying lead, aren't we? Oh no, we're not. Is there a vassal which is still pissed off at us? Yes, the Duke of Gwynedd. Let's cheer him up. Right, now, my wife, you said, was pregnant. Yeah, she is. She's been with child for 2 months. Good spot. Esma something, it's Ermenerde. She's Catalan. It's an interesting coat of arms she's got. It's like a dog with like a red rabbit in its mouth, I guess. What lifestyle do we want to focus on? Ermenerde. Ermenerde. Ah. Our dad also went down the diplomacy lifestyle. We unlocked 2 of these branches here, and then we changed to stewardship. Do we already have diplomat? Oh, we do. The AI is like completely finished this tree. That's nice. Well, I don't think we're actually going to do that tree then. We're going to go and do... You know what? Let's do learning. Let's be a bit of a nerd. I'm going to go for scholarship focus because that gives us the most learning and it gives us 15% development growth. And for your sake, Asher, I'll just give you a quick explanation that the more development you have, the more money and men you get. It's basically a representation of population. It's a very crude and simple way to put it, but that's the best way to imagine it. You can see the development here. So Paris has 19. It's a little bit silly, but Cornwall has 22, so Cornwall is technically bigger and more populous than Paris. Rome is 31, Constantinople is 35, Baghdad 25. You know, there's a few golden spots throughout the map, including Cornwall now, thanks to my efforts. We can ask the head of Faith for gold. That is another thing. We were best mates with this Pope. We're not anymore. He still appreciates that he got on with our dad, I think. Oh no, he doesn't have the opinion of predecessor thing. He just likes that we're a diplomat. We have defensive negotiations, which I think, yeah, it's a perk. He likes my personal diplomacy skill. That's pretty good for a Pope, if I'm honest. Like, for a bog standard average character, you can probably expect more normally around like 20 opinion without any swaying. And every time you ask for gold, it loses 20 opinion. But of course we're going to do that, because 328 gold would be an idiot not to. It's for basically nothing as well. All it costs is piety, which we've got loads of. Cornwall is the powerhouse of the island, obviously. Yeah, it actually is. It is the most developed province in all of Great Britain and Ireland. London is only 12. Even Warwick is bigger than London right now. Bedford is the same size. Scotland and Ireland are basically just backwaters at this point. They have 3 development, 3, 4, 5, 5. 6 is like the highest I think, yeah. Cornwall is the powerhouse of the cell. Mitochondria out. Nice. We can negotiate alliances, which we should do, because that is another thing. When you die, you lose all your alliances. Some of them you can get back because you still have, like, close relations, like you've still got the marriages in place. But some of them, it's a little bit too distant now. So we were allied with Cantabria. We're no longer closely related enough, apparently. Oh, we're at war. We're at war with the Duchess of Cantabria, but if we weren't, we could actually get an alliance. We need alliances for the giant babies. Oh, God, the giants. We'll see them soon. It'll be like... unfortunately, our player heir isn't a giant. I think he was born too soon before we picked the perk, but maybe his children will be giants. And that will be very exciting times. I don't know why we're at war with Cantabria. And the Kingdom of Leon is actually a thing. I was a bit confused there, because it looked like it was completely broken up, but the game has automatically put it down to a vassal view, because we're at war with a couple of them. It is really strange, though, that we've ended up at war with... Oh, we're actually... No, we're not. Oh, we're on the side of Leon, and we're helping in a rebellion, which includes Cantabria. Right, and we were allied with both of them at one point. I see. Disowned, no heir of mine. Yeah, we could try and hope that the baby that's going to be born soon, maybe that's going to be a giant, and then we can just disinherit I Am the Viking. That will be I Am the Viking the Second. I didn't actually name that baby that. The game decided to reuse the name I input, so it spawned a second I Am the Viking. Let's get the alliances anyway. The Mayor of Olot, a random town in Catalonia. You know what? I'm not going to get an alliance with him because that is really pointless. 150 men. I really don't care about that. You can usurp the Kingdom of Wales. No, thank you. I don't want a third kingdom to worry about on succession. An old book, which was composed by Hoy here, A Memory of Ulvanidra, a classic. We don't care about that. That's probably going to get destroyed soon. A fine battle axe. I think that belonged to my grandma. We don't want that anymore. Greetings, King Jebbush. He's given us money. Excellent. I think we need to take Bristol. Yeah. I mean, ideally we'll take Somerset, Dorset, and, you know, we'll start making digs inland towards England, but it's just been difficult because we've only just very recently taken over them in terms of army size. They have 6,100 men. And now after the succession, which is, like, probably the most fragile time our kingdom will be in, we only outnumber them by 100 men. I'll wave as you come past my house. Ooh, a fireside story. I'm going to take a drink before I read this one. Come close. I have a story I wish to tell you, my friend Gwencore says, beckoning me towards the bonfire. Gwencore. You and Gwencore bonded as children after playing with your toy boat together. How wholesome. So we're just childhood friends that have grown up to our 40s and we're still friends. That's really nice. It is a story of when I became friends with Paul. He was my acquaintance who died in his sleep. Gwencore nods in acknowledgement and continues to tell the story as the flames from the bonfire lick the night sky. Those around you, your friends, your advisors, even your rivals, they are the ones who matter. Keep them close, especially your enemies. And what did that have to do with your acquaintance Paul, who died in his sleep? Not the most exciting start to a story, might I add. Why would that story make you feel better? It sounds like a threat. So yeah, you either lose stress or you gain 1 stewardship permanently, which is really good just to outright gain an increase in a stat like that, no strings attached. So yeah, that is easily the obvious choice here, because we don't even have any stress to lose, so wow, what a story. Amazing. We've got our alliance with Petty King Horrocks. He died, not all suspiciously, in his sleep. I mean, she did say he was... That was a thing. She said, let me tell you something about my friend, and then she says, it's about my acquaintance that died. So what was he? Was he a friend, or was he an acquaintance? Maybe she was the murderer. We don't have any, like, new artifacts. It's just saying they're new because we just inherited them. But it's all the same as before, so it's automatically equipped it like our dad had them. Do we have any claims? Any fun claims? No. Does our wife? No. How boring. We are very rich, though, so maybe it's time to build a church. Like a good Catholic ruler. 500 piety when it's complete. We don't really care for that. It's just you can't build a new castle before having a city and a temple. Yeah, there it is. A city must first be constructed and a temple must first be constructed. So we gotta get these out of the way. And then we can finally get a second castle here, and we'll build it right on the hill here in Oakhampton. A flock of robed men burst into my throne room, hectically searching the floor and uprooting everything from chairs to skirts in frantic search. What a mouthful. I'm just going to say Jeb Bush every time. King Jeb Bush, cries one. We are the followers of Rual the Headless, a great holy man who has been decapitated as part of a prophecy God gave him at birth. As often happens with holy figures, his head started rolling away. We've been chasing it through the land and are certain it rolled up the hillock into your castle. I can hear them talking in the background. I don't know how well you guys can hear that, but it was a little bit distracting while I was trying to read that then. How morbid. These guys are lunatics, by the way. Is this the guy? My bad, Arundel. No? Maybe. Must be. But, you have my leave to search the castle? Join in, get involved. Let me join your search. You get a fun thing, though, if you fail to intimidate them with this. Though I probably wouldn't fail. I got a 66% chance of intimidating them. Gain 10 court grandeur, and our Archbishop appreciates us for getting rid of them. Or you have my leave to search the castle. He joins the court, we lose court grandeur, but he really likes us. The bishop is very disappointed and becomes rivals with him. Let me join your search. 26% chance of finding a new antiquity. 73% chance the cultists cause a mess. I mean, it's a false religion. Yeah, that's why he doesn't like him. He's disgusted about him. Do you want me to join the search, then? I've done this event a million times, so I'd be willing to just follow your choice, Astra. If this is something you want to see, I'll do it. Kick 'em. Okay, I will not allow a cult to rummage through my court. Well, 33% chance we get the interesting follow-up event. So let's see. Nah, we threatened them. The cult is intimidated, so they fucked off. I did notice, apparently we have 2 new artifacts here, but I think, again, it's just because we inherited them. Could hold court. This could be fun for you, especially if, like, you know, you're new to CK3. You won't have seen any of these events before. Get some fun little music as well. Sitting on my throne, I gesture for my guards to open the doors of the hall. A stream of people file in, some lining up in front of my throne while others move out of the way so they can simply observe the proceedings. After several moments, all movement in the chamber has ceased. All faces turn towards mine expectantly. In front of me, I count 3 petitioners lined up in an orderly row, waiting for me to call on them. He looks so small on that throne wall. We had a bigger throne before. We hired someone to build us a new one, and it actually made one smaller than our old one. I was complaining about that earlier. Gesture for the first in line to approach. And here they are. Duke Halstein. Ah, this guy. My father taught you. My vassal strides forward, clearly eager to hear my response to his petition. My liege, Agder is among the greatest houses in Brittany. That is his house, of course. House Agder. Njord's wealth is our axe. Yes, because they were originally pagans that converted. My liege, we just read that. Excluding your most qualified and prominent followers only serves to sow division and mistrust. Oh, the ugly, impertinent, spinning top boy. I mean, it's alright now. I think it has definitely paid off converting him to Cornish, because if he still had that, like, -30 opinion, he wouldn't really like us. It'd probably even be low enough to be in a plot against us or a faction. But yeah, this is basically him thinking that his house deserves special attention in the kingdom. Munster will always have my ear, so as part of his feudal contract, we can say anyone that is in charge of Munster from this point onwards will have a guaranteed seat in my council. I don't like that one because, you know, they're not always going to be capable councillors. Like him, for instance, it'd probably be our spy master, but our current spy master has like 20-something, doesn't he? Prove to me you know the value of liberty. So that's basically the same thing, but he pays us for it, so he's not very happy. I hear you have a fine collection. Same thing, but he gives us this book in exchange. Which, to be fair, that is a decent book, because prestige and renown's nice. Such entitlements demand sacrifices. So the same thing, but in exchange he actually gives us one of his counties. I don't forget his unwillingness to study for spinning tops. Yeah, but yeah. Oh no, never mind. Right. Only if Munster's borders are never altered. So same thing again, council rights guaranteed, but in exchange he can never change from partition succession. He's still covered in shit, is he? No, he's finally had a bath. It's finally been long enough. Though that was this year, wasn't it? It was January of 994 that ended, so he has finally had a bath and washed it all off. He hasn't just walked into my court leaving footsteps of shit on the carpet. In exchange for greater commitments, so gives us more levies. I don't like any of these options because I don't want to give him a seat on the council, so is it not enough to be a duke? Just take the L, my dude. The woman who approaches my throne is clearly a commoner. My lord, she begins her speech, I represent the local community of Launceston. We've had this 3 times on stream already. And every time I pointed out that it's... never mind. In the last few months, our cemeteries have been plagued with the disappearance of bodies. All had been dug up and left no trace. At first we feared wild animals or obscure powers at work, but then your own court physician, Hermanfred, was caught red-handed, hauling the dead away for his experiments. Please, put a stop to this blasphemy. Why didn't you invite me, Hermanfred? I want to go grave robbing. We gain 20 dread, we lose court grandeur, we gain learning experience, and then our Archbishop, who is the one originally grave robbing, he gains intrigue and learning experience, and then Cornwall has encouraged grave robbing. Or studying the human body is a sad necessity. It's basically the same as that, but you know, we don't get the experience. Guards arrest the grave robber. I think that's a little bit extreme. He is our bishop, after all, and our court physician. He's a valuable member of our court. We're not just going to arrest him. He has gout, apparently. And he's a fornicator. A not-so-holy man. Or just tell him to cut it off, which is probably the safest option. It's actually a Jekyll and Hyde situation. Herman is the body thief, Fred is the physician. I like that. That's a good theory. That would also explain why he is at the same time a monk and a learned holy man, but then also a fornicator and, well, I suppose gout. Having gout isn't exactly a sin, so, but, you know, fornicator. Yeah, probably just gonna tell him to cut it off, because, you know, we can afford to lose 10 opinion with us and then the peasants are happier, so sure. Or maybe we do join in. 20 dread. You know what? Since it is actually so soon into our reign, it might actually help to have dread, because dread is another way you can play this game. It's all well and good having high opinions with all your vassals, everyone's happy and likes you. But the alternative is you rule with an iron fist, and you scare them all into submission. If you have high enough dread, then they won't join factions against you, but that doesn't stop them from plotting behind your back to try and kill you. But like I say, we're so early into our reign, we have that penalty with a lot of people where it's short reign. So we can try and counter that by scaring them. And it will wash away eventually, like it'll start to decline because our natural dread is only 3. And that's because we have a scary book, apparently. Fear is the ultimate control. Gout is from indulgence and gluttony is a sin. So yeah, I'm actually gonna do that. I'm going to join in the grave robbing. My lord, I represent the Welsh people of the county of Ceredigion, states Brencol, a nobleman from Launceston. I mean, he represents the Welsh people from Ceredigion, and yet he is a nobleman from Launceston. Which one is he? We are devoted and faithful subjects, but our land is poor, underdeveloped, and scarcely populated. Please allow us to recolonize it and to administrate it according to our traditions. So they've come to me with this before. Since we conquered Wales, they've wanted to rule Wales for themselves, but I don't want them to. I want to rule Ceredigion. It is my land. Because, like I said before, we don't have many counties in Cornwall because it's quite a small area, so I find territory elsewhere in my kingdom, namely in Wales, and he doesn't like that. Under your benevolent protection, our land can still prosper, and you shall gain a new faithful vassal. So yeah, it basically makes him my vassal in Ceredigion, which is here, yeah, this county which I control directly at the moment. I know what's best for the county of Ceredigion. I don't need a vassal there. I agree with that. I actually skipped over the third option there. I should have read it. That's basically to just expel the Welshmen from Wales. And it's really bad for that county. Like, it lowers the development by like 3 or 4 points or something. He is the elected spokesperson. Really stumbling over my words again. It's that time of the stream where I can't speak. As the last petitioner departs, various courtiers follow them out of the room, having business to attend elsewhere. Others remain, talking amongst themselves about the recent proceedings. Soon the ceremonial formality of the proceedings has dropped away entirely, with the hum and bustle of normal courtly life taking its place. My business here is done. And that's basically what happens when you click the hold court button. You just get 3 events which you have to resolve. It's nothing fancy, really. It probably ought to be better, considering that is like the main focus of an entire £15 DLC. Duke Osric has passed away, so we can't sway him anymore. That was the Duke of Gwynedd. Gotta go to sleep soon? Yeah, that's fair enough. I'm going to end the stream soon anyway, because I've been going for nearly 4.5 hours. So the Duke of Gwynedd died, again before we could even sway him. And now the new Duke of Gwynedd is a sterile, inbred 10-year-old. 420 AE. Nice. So yeah, inbred is a very bad trait. Take a look at that. -5 in every stat, -50% fertility, severe health penalty, very unattractive. Your vassals don't like you, and you can pass it on to your other family, of course. Is that paranoid too? No, that's shy. Yeah, he has shy and charming, which is a childhood trait. That'll get replaced by something else later. Yeah, oh, yeah, we should actually check up on your spiritual character, shouldn't we, Condor, here? How is Condor doing? Condor's 13 years old now. We still can't rename him because he's not directly related anymore. He's much the same as before. Paranoid, arrogant, brave, rowdy, handsome, hale. He speaks both English and Welsh, Cumbrian, Cornish, Breton. Brythonic. Rowdy now too. Well, Rowdy, I think he must have had Rowdy before because that is also a childhood trait. You can see there, so that will have been the first trait he got, and that sets the foundation for why and how he got these ones. I'm pretty sure Brave is a new one, and Arrogant, though. Yeah, every child, like, starts with 0 traits, and I think when they turn 4 years old, they get their first childhood trait, and there's, like, 6 of these, I think. And these basically set out their, like, core foundation and, like, their personality. So even though the game won't tell you yet, and it is a bit early to do so, as soon as like my children turn 4, I like to set their education straight away. So if he was my son and he just gained Rowdy at age 4, I would have immediately set him onto a martial education because that's what he's inclined towards. And you can actually see that there as well. If you select martial, Rowdy children often do well with a martial education. Same for intrigue. I think, and then they have opposites as well, so learning. Yeah, Rowdy children might struggle with learning. So from there, they develop more traits. White Boy of Condor is my spirit child. We will keep a tab on him there, just for you. I did forget about that, though. The whole point of pinning characters is that you don't forget them, because you can see them, like, all the time there in the outliner, and I actually still forgot about him. Hadheosh's horn can be repaired. We're not even using Hadheosh's horn. This is just something we're keeping in a wardrobe somewhere, tucked away. So we'll let that get destroyed, I guess. I struggle with learning too. He's got a lot of prestige. I think most of that must have come from just being born of our prestigious dynasty, but he is still gaining a lot of prestige on his own. Which, as a 13-year-old, that is a little strange. Oh, arrogant, plus 1 prestige a month. And then he's gaining plus 0.2 from something else. Not sure what. Doesn't he gain it from brave? No. Maybe you did see it when I was hovering over arrogant, though. With a tired yet blissful smile, Ermenerd presents me with a perfect little son. Who will you become, my child, and what shall I call you? Hey ho, how's the stream going? Hello, Discreative. It's going pretty well, though I have to say you've joined very late. I was probably going to end the stream within, like, the next half an hour. Arrogant would have been there when I saw it. Well, I was just gonna say, Astra, we just had a son here. Do you want this character to be named after you? That kid is called Atarian. Is this the one, do you reckon? This isn't our heir, because we do already have another son. But you would be the younger brother. You don't have any traits yet, because, like I say, you don't get your first childhood trait until you turn 4, and then you get the others based off of that. But you are robust, if this is you. You don't want the pressure of it. Don't worry, because you're not the heir. You would be second in line. I can do it. I can just it would very easily be Astra Ataria. A robust little ginger, maybe giant. Nah, if you were giant, you would already have the trait. So unfortunately, you are not a giant. But for the sake of having you in the game, I am going to name this one after you. Can he just be Atarian? Sure. Why not? Atarian. So not just Ataria, Atarian. Is that right? It's a better name? You're very lucky. I don't normally break the rule. I normally keep it very fair and equal and type in everyone's usernames exactly as they are, and I don't even bother looking at which gender the child is. That's why I always laughed when we had like a sweet little girl called God, what? Oh god, I can't remember the name now. Oh, it takes a while to load that tree. Where is she? Can't find. There we go. Soulburner 65. I always laughed whenever I read that name for what at the time was like a sweet-looking like 10-year-old girl or something. Atarian or Ataria? I'll just leave it as Atarian. Yes, very lucky indeed. I'm going to remove this pin now because you are actually in the game. She's screen named IRL. Maybe. I doubt it, but you know, you never know. We have had... There was another name as well, but... what was it? I mean, you can see a bunch of the names dotted around here. There's Duchess the God Emperor Jeb Bush. That is another Jeb Bush character. Oh wait, yeah, we are Jeb Bush, the God Emperor Jeb Bush. So this is a remnant from when I was recycling names, because I was just going through my activity feed, because no one was actually joining chat, and I needed more names. So I ended up getting quite a few. Oh, Bubbly Fair is still alive. That was one we named a while ago. 42 years old now. She has syphilis. Lovely. Captain Godslayer turret. Oh, Godslayer would be happy to know that. As if. So, Godslayer has gone on to make a new life for themselves as a mercenary captain. They are a gardener. That's also a nice little hobby, so... most of the time they're killing baddies for money, and then they just have a little side gig with a little garden. Gee, I hope I get lover's pox one day. Well, if you go to enough brothels, you might be lucky. The Twin Sons. Count Hawk is spreading around obvious hints that he would like to befriend me. He appears to be a natural socializer and is intimating that our shared talents in this area should naturally bring us together. Count Hawk is our northernmost vassal up here in the Outer Hebrides. I don't mind becoming friends with my vassals. He is right. Oh, what? Our court physician has, like, fucked off. Hermanfred, the icon, he's decided to leave us. I can't invite him back to court because he is... oh, he's in the court of his dad. And his dad technically has a title, though it is as a mercenary company, but the game doesn't really distinguish that, so he's gone to be with his dad, even though his dad's just a mercenary, not really like a noble lord or anything. He's gone full-time Herman. Oh god. God have mercy on us all. But yeah, we do need a new physician now, unfortunately. The current candidates for the position aren't the best. All of them are rated like poor, poor, poor. By default, I think the highest is at the top. You can see a numerical value here, so he's actually poor. But his actual score here comes from a learning skill of 16, which gives him 28 points. This one has 22.75, then 21. So yeah, it is organised by aptitude. So we're probably best just going with the highest one, even though technically they're all rated the same. He's probably gonna die fairly soon, actually. You know what? I'm gonna give it to our daughter. I like giving family members court positions. It feels more appropriate. Can you train him up on the job? Yeah, by actually being employed as the court physician, like, the person in that position will eventually pick up a trait. So if we look back at our old one, he had Renowned Physician. At the start, he definitely didn't have the 3-star version of this trait. Either he had the, like, a lower version of it, or he didn't have it at all and gained it later. But yeah, you absolutely can develop that trait by getting experience. We can ask the Pope for money again. Oh, this is a different Pope. The old one died. What did he die of? This was the one, Sergius. Died in his sleep. Oh, he was infirm. Oh, sad ending for our dad's old friend. We do have a few court positions which we should fill out as well. Can also build some stuff again now, because we are absolutely rolling in money again. Thanks for all the help and tips. I'm going now. Bye. Alright, well, I'm glad you could join us, Astra, and thank you for the follow. Hope to see you again in future. Oh, if you're joining the Discord, it's a little bit dead, so hopefully that's not a problem. It's good for keeping track of when I go live, though, because I did manage to get Meeseek set up on it before you had to pay for the Twitch notification, so now I have that. But yeah, thanks again for joining us. I hope to see you again in future. Won't hold it against you. It's not totally dead. I do talk there now and again, and like I say, it's good for knowing when I go live. But yeah, you have a good sleep then, I guess. Good night, and see you some other time, hopefully, perhaps, maybe. Hello, my lord, I trust your lineage is pure and inbred. Uh, I regret to inform you that it is not inbred, but it is, it's doing pretty well. We have quite a lot of intelligent and comely people in the family. But it's nice to see you, Canadian monarchist gamer. How are you doing? Let's get a few court positions filled in then, like I say. Get a Master of the Horse. Excellent, nice. Get a court tutor maybe, excellent as well. Nice. Don't really care for a Master of the Hunt. Architect isn't too necessary right now and it's very expensive. Don't care for a High Almoner. Seneschal maybe? Nah, I think that's all alright for now. Genetic variety. Ew, super cringe. I don't know. I get it's like the biggest meme about playing Crusader Kings, but I can never bring myself to go full on inbred in this game. Like, sure, I do it accidentally now and again by just marrying distant members of the same family, but I never intentionally seek out to keep it in the family. Oh, I just noticed that on succession, our royal court has been shuffled around a bit, so that shield wasn't there before. Let's put it back here. I think that's it. Everything else is fine. I just noticed the shield was off. Right, money. We have absolutely loads of money. What are we doing? Commissioning an artifact, perhaps? What brings a Breton to invade the British Isles? Well, we didn't actually. We started as Cornwall. This is our Cornwall game. And we did it because we wanted a kingdom title, and Brittany was the easiest one to get. Because we decided to take advantage of the fact that in 867, Paradox has it so that the Petty King of Cornwall and the Duke of Brittany are of the same dynasty. So they're of the House Power, we were of House Corneau, but both are part of the Prydain dynasty. And that's a nice nod to the history of Brittany, of how it was, I guess, settled by Briton refugees when the Angles and Saxons invaded Britain. But I think it's a little bit silly that they're counted as the same family, because all we had to do was get more men than them, and then we just did claim title, like this. So we basically got a free kingdom for 150 renown, or however much it cost. And that was a lot easier than forming Ireland or Wales or England at the time. Because England used to be bigger and Ireland was also scarier because it had Vikings on it. So yeah, it was just a means to an end, basically. The easiest kingdom to get. It's a bit of a shame because it would have been nice to take the decision, the Cornwall one, what's it called? The Restore the Kingdom of Dumnonia, I think it is. And I didn't actually realise that until after the stream where we took Brittany. But whatever, we can always rename and rebrand Brittany later on. But for now it still sort of makes sense, since we're still basically also Britons. Where is Iceland in the lowlands? It's in Lincolnshire, yeah, there. If that's what you mean. Oh, I see our vassals taking a little bit more of Scotland without my permission. Wait, what? Oh, that's the Duke of Brittany. He must have inherited that, surely. He can't have just conquered a random bit in the middle of Scotland like that. Ah, we've got a grandson. So I shall add Canadian monarchist gamer. Congrats, you're in the game in the form of my grandson. So what's the current game plan? Invade the rest of Ireland? Yeah, I mean, I haven't really been doing anything for like the past hour because I was just talking to Astra and explaining like how the game works in different regards. But really, we should have conquered the rest of Ireland today. Today we took Gwynedd here. We took this county. But that's all we've done today, actually. Everything else is from the vassals. So the vassal took that and the vassal took this. But all we took today was like 4 counties. Why not use your kids as biological weapons? Excuse me? Let's build some buildings. That is done, so we'll upgrade that now to get more development growth. Yeah, the city's not done there yet. A new translation. More than anything, my quest to be a learned man is teaching me how much I do not yet know. What more, there must be so much knowledge that has been lost to the ages as books fall apart or languages are forgotten. Perhaps I could contribute by making a new translation of one of the classic works. Although, what would I even translate? I only have one choice. A classic of science, Aristotle's Physica. So we're going to translate it to Cornish. But yeah, I guess the rest, the game plan now is to just finish off Ireland, like you say. That's really what we should be doing now, but I guess I'm just playing a little bit lazily right now, not doing anything specific. Now I say that out loud, that's probably a bad thing, because it's probably not the most interesting CK3 gameplay, me just basically doing nothing and talking. Give your kid a healthy dose of smallpox and send them to the courts of your rivals as wards and watch as smallpox spread through the rival's court. That is evil. That is pure evil, but it is genius. I will respect you for that. How would you even just forcefully give your kid smallpox, though? Surely that's just random luck that they would get the disease. But I never thought about that. That is an interesting idea. My son and heir could visit my court in Erie. Of course, he'll be there. Can we just get a claim on Connacht? We can't get one from the Pope because they're insular. My translation of Physica Elementa is coming along, but one section of the version I'm copying from gives me pause. My scribes insist that the words on the page mean as we hold 2 feet and spirits rising edges of hunter. This cannot be right, can it? Oh, the meaning is obvious. Let me handle this. England have overtaken us again in army size, which is regrettable. Send your oldest disposable political bargaining chip to a sick court, then recall and send elsewhere. Is this like how you play Crusader Kings? You just you play a biological warfare simulator by transferring courtiers from court to court and spreading sickness and disease. I am having the notes from my translation of Physica Elementa read back to me when I snap with a sudden understanding. Scribe, add the following commentary. Both improve significantly. Oh wait, no, both. Path of Zealousness. I do like being a zealot in this game. It's a good trait. It's the will of God after all. Let's just not take the stress. Unlike scriptures, this work posits that blah blah blah. Well, I might as well start fabricating, and I've got to actually play the game here and conquer more land. I guess I got so used to the idea of just taking whole duchies in one go, I feel like I can't be bothered just going one county at a time like that. I was hoping to get lucky. We could maybe, I don't know, steal this guy. No, I wouldn't join. This guy? This guy apparently has an unpressed claim on Connacht. In which case we could just take it all in one go. He's joined court. The constant effort to translate Physica Elementa is tiring. The relentless focus, understanding, and creativity required drains me as I move ever closer to its completion. Improve significantly, improve slightly, unchanged. Improve significantly, of course. It's only a little bit of stress. We can handle it. We can... Lack of servants. Wait, what? Wait, why is my court grandeur like all the way down here? Didn't I have it like maxed out? Well, I definitely had it maxed out because like the entirety of like last stream I was pointing out how overpowered it is that I had like 40 opinion with everyone else for punching above my weight. So I do not appreciate the game doing that. Oh, right. Yeah, we got a claim on Connacht or whatever. Can we actually... We can do a forced vassalization, CB. Holds too many counties, never mind. Yeah, this guy, he has a claim on all of Connacht. Well, that's easy enough. Let's just do that then. Ah. I should have just looked into the claimants earlier. We don't need to fabricate a claim on Maine anymore. We don't really need to be increasing development anymore either, do we? We're already pretty decent for the time being. We could focus on spreading Cornish culture. Oh, mind you, last time we did that, we realised that dragged the average of development down and thus slowed our research speed, so maybe we just leave it as is still. We can do some culture converting later when we've taken more of Britain and we've reclaimed Britannia, because then we get the bonus here, 75% faster culture conversion. What am I doing? Raising an army. Where am I raising an army? I'm raising an army here. And let us rush the capital because they're currently in another war and we don't want that to... What is the other war? Defending Northman army? Well, that's interesting because we were saying earlier how the Vikings are basically all dead now. So it's a little bit odd that a Viking army would spawn. The only, like, Vikings left are, like, scattered random chieftains here and there. Like, Sweden's Catholic, Denmark's Catholic, even the Danelaw is insular now. Iceland is Catholic, so I guess these Northmen have all just banded together in one last desperate attempt to take Connachta. But now we're going to cook them out of that because we're taking it instead. Oh god, they're calling in a fair few allies. That is a lot of hostile men there. We're probably going to inherit this war if... Ah, shit, that is a lot of men, actually. Might jump to the gun a bit here, lads. Need to get some alliances back. Can I get Cantabria again? Yes, I can. What about Leon? Yes, I can. Even better. Yes, join my war. Oh. Oh wait, I need to select it. There we go. I think we only really need her. We can probably call in Leon if we're desperate later, but we don't need it straight away. I think it's fine with just us and Sabella. I know I can call in allies. I already have. Maybe I should actually pull back a bit, because that is a really big Viking army, and if they shatter us now, it's probably going to ruin this whole war. I don't know what they're doing, though. It looks like they're pissing about and trying to figure out where to siege first. Let's go for scientific. How long until we get partition? 7 months. Okay, good. And then we have to consider whether we want to keep the title of the Kingdom of Ireland or not. Or maybe we want to keep Ireland and get rid of Brittany, because we have more vassals in Ireland. Or we could just try and keep both and deal with succession every time. How is the de jure thing going in Cornwall? Because I think, yeah, we've been working on converting that to de jure this entire time. Maybe that is a bad idea. I'm still not sure about that. Is it? Do we don't really need Cornwall to be a de jure part of Brittany. And I am tempted to convert and change to Ireland instead of Brittany now, because we would get more use out of it, I think. We have one vassal in Brittany, so he's paying us full taxes, and then all these vassals here are paying us partial, I believe. Yeah, like this. I'm a bit confused why it isn't showing up on this one. Like, we're not his proper... Oh, shit, no, of course we're his proper liege. We have the title Kingdom of Ireland. It's only on these two because we don't have the duchy. Right, I was being an idiot then. Where'd all the Vikings go? Are they in the fog of war up there? Oh, we didn't get lucky that time. We didn't capture the ruler in one siege. And designate a guardian for my son and heir. Going to go for a martial education? Sure. Is he the best one? Maybe. He's got the highest martial and he's got a good education in it himself. His traits are the best. I would rather the kid gets just. But vengeful is not that great, actually. Our cousin's pretty good. Stubborn, diligent. but only a 3-star education. I'm gonna do it because I like those traits better. We do have a court tutor as well that's helping out with the education. How far away are our allies? They're here, good. We're being raided up there, we don't care about that. We're currently increasing quality, which is probably good for this battle we're about to fight. 22% stronger men-at-arms and knights. Yeah, easy win. Yeah, we are probably going to inherit the Northman invasion after we take Canacta. So we'll probably have to call in Cantabria straight away. Hopefully they won't have disbanded their army ahead of time and it'll still be here for that. Okay, we've got plenty of money, which is good. We don't have to worry about going into debt. An excellent translation. My translation of Physica Elementa finally stands complete. My words rest on beautifully illuminated pages, all protected by a lavish cover as befits the work's importance. The tome has taken pride of place in my library, and even the priest who reads it, and every priest who reads it is mightily impressed by my efforts. Some are already speaking of making copies of their own, as long as they pay me royalties. This is nice. Yeah, so we got a lifestyle perk, and then we have accomplished translator for 10 years, which is pretty good. Now let's get this dev growth bonus, which I believe, yeah, we're on. Cornwall shall be a true urban metropolis of the Middle Ages. Where shall we go now? Do we kill these guys? The army of Tula. These guys are all the way from, like, near Moscow. Vladimir. Yeah, they are. Oh, there's Moscow, and there's Tula. Yeah, oh, I knew it. I only know about it because of the, like, TV show Chernobyl, like, Tula coal mines. Let's go and kill the army down here. Which one do we go for? I think we go for that one because there's more of them. Yeah, this war is in the bag. We've already gained... I thought there was a cap on how much war score you could get from battles won, but no, I was wrong way around. It's how many counties you occupy. Oh, no, we're ill. Do no more than is necessary. Argantalin decided that the best course of treatment would be some rest. She surrounded me in soft pillows and gently tucked me in under many layers of blankets. Very good. I have arrived in Launceston to pay homage to you. This is the Countess of Athlone. Right there, where we are right now. It's a shame she isn't giving us any money, but we don't really need it. We're doing quite well financially at the moment. Oh, Lead died. Ah, he's finally dead. I don't think his sons inherited his beautiful looks either. I mean, he's got a little bit of his father's face in him, but there's definitely no Lead. He has reused the name Pangai though, which is pretty good. Yeah, the Duke of Munster is a decent enough spy master. Let's go for him. Count Hawke's friendship. While his numerous attempts to curry my favour have not gone unnoticed, I cannot feel but irritated by Count Hawke's sudden interest in me. Weren't we spurring his friendship on earlier? I do want to become friends with a vassal. Like, even if he is only a weak random northern one here, it's still nice. It's only 19 stress, we can take it. My acquaintance died in my dungeons. Do we have anyone else in here? No. Okay, good. Didn't even know she was in there. I'm gonna go kill this army now just so we don't have to deal with it when we take Canacta. Because I'm pretty sure that's part of the Viking army, maybe. Lombard claim on Como? No, it's this one. Yeah. There it is. Pardon me. That was a random-ass war in Iberia which we weren't paying any attention to. Oh, they're running away, are they? I don't think so. Are we gonna get them? Oh, not really. We're gonna get these, I think. Oh wait, no, we did get 3,000. Yeah, they're retreating. So these aren't going to contribute to the war score, this is just to save us the hassle later if we're still fighting them. There we go, we finally got normal partition. Who is blocking that? You, Gwyneth, and Morganwg. Are we swaying anyone right now? No, that is silly. Let's sway you then. You're too young. Let's sway you then. Try and switch over to partition as soon as possible. Get off of Confederate partition. And we'll also go for this to try and get High Crown Authority next. Let's go back to the capital here, because they're trying to unsiege that. Do we have any commanders in prison? Nope. I'll probably end the stream after this war, because I've been going on long enough. This might actually end up being my longest stream yet, because it's coming up on 5 hours now. Thank you very much for the follow, Sanguine Hand. It's much appreciated. I'm pretty sure I've got a child here, which I can name. I'm going to rename I'm the Viking, because I didn't actually name this one. This is the third character, which the AI decided to reuse. So, apologies I'm the Viking in advance if you're watching this. But this character now belongs to Sanguine Hand. That's the wrong one. There we go. And congrats, you are actually our heir as well, so you're in line to be the next king of Brittany, which is basically Cornwall. Now let's catch this army. Oh, he's trying to run, but he ain't gonna make it. This is going to be a bloodbath. Will this be enough to get us to 100? I doubt it. Nah, it wasn't. Oh well. It gave us a little bit more war score. We did kill them all, which was good. Sanguine Hand has learned the Doc Vulgar language from listening to his mum. Interesting, doesn't really have any uses being in Brittany here. But still. Damn, that's pretty good. Yeah, you're a pretty decent character actually, just by virtue of having the intelligent trait already. Still yet to see what you're going to get from that. I just noticed you're on the wrong education though. I mean, stewardship would work out well, and you are already, you know, a pretty decent steward, but I'd rather you have better martial, so I'm going to change that. Yeah, and we already changed your tutor earlier, because I picked this guy for diligence and stubborn. Ah, there we go, my old self. As I woke this morning and saw rays of sunshine falling through my window, it took me a moment to realise I had slept soundly for the first time in weeks. Did not wake up coughing once. Beautiful. Fair. I mean, I was just thinking then, maybe stewardship would be better for you because those traits which your tutor has are better for stewardship. I mean, it's too late now because I think you can only change it once. We can't change it back again. Yeah. Well, it is what it is. Hopefully you'll just get a decent blend of martial and stewardship then, rather than a bit of a failure at both. Oof. Yeah. It is what it is, though. Gotta take it as is. Oh, I forgot we're in charge of the Isle of Man, since we revoked it from the Nun. I wonder what she's up to, I'll have to check in a second. My rival, Thierry de Quizot, has died. No idea who he is. Could be worse? Yeah, it's definitely not a bad ruler. Well, you probably won't be. And you don't even have any of your traits yet, so it remains to be seen what you'll get. Right, Isle of Man, history, where is she? Oh, oh my god, she's actually our friend? Oh, it's this Gwencore, the one that we played with a toy boat together. Oh, it's that. Last we saw of her, she moved to down here near Barcelona, I think. Because she was actually the former Countess and Duchess of the Isle of Man. But we revoked it because we didn't want that to merge with Leinster because they were actually of the same family. I believe... Yeah, she's the sister of the previous Duke of Leinster, so the inheritance was set to mix up the Isle of Man with Leinster, and I didn't want that. But, yeah, wow, okay, I didn't realise that was our friend. That was this Gwencore. Damn. I wonder if we can actually get her to join our court as well. That's funny. I mean, I don't really know why I did that. And here I am saying I mean constantly again. You'll have to excuse that. But, she is a criminal, but we can probably forgive her for that. Yeah, we'll give her a pardon. She is our friend after all. Yeah, I don't know why I invited her to court. I guess it's just nice to have your friends close to you. Maybe she'll do the birthday event for us now, though. She's by no means a good person. She's a drunkard, a kinslayer, a murderer, and irritable. And the kinslayer for her is like, you know, we are the same family, so she has killed our family. Granted, it was her own brother, which I think was our cousin, maybe? No, we're not even that closely related that the game has a name for what we were. There we go, 100%. And we have inherited the Northmen. Oh, that's interesting. I was under the impression we'd get the whole thing, but I guess they controlled both duchies, so we only got half. Let's call Cantabria into this war straight away, like we said, and since it's now technically a defensive war, they should join for free. I don't think they're going to get the message in time, though, so... They've got their army here, like... All these three armies belong to Cantabria, but since the AI doesn't think they're in a war anymore, they're just going to disband them. They don't really recognise that they've got an incoming request to join the war again. So they're just going to disband, and then we'll have to wait for them to come all the way over again. I don't know where the enemy army is, though, beyond this allied one there. Yeah, they're just disbanded, god damn it. I think we might be alright, though, to be honest. And she's just joined the war again. She's probably kicking herself now because she has to send her army all the way back over and pay to embark them. But yeah, that's not the main army. That's Vladimir, not the Northman army here. Oh shit, no, they only have 100 men, so that like scrappy bit there, that is the entire army they have left. Wow. They did a really shit job at invading Ireland. Well, let's just put them out of their misery then and finish them off. Will we get any money for winning this? 0 gold. 350 prestige and reprieve from Scandinavian adventurers, I guess. I think we were pretty safe against them anyway. Well, fuck, that's a damn big army. Which one? My army? If you mean my army, there's definitely bigger armies. Yeah, sorry, whoops. It's a little bit hard to read jokes sometimes through chat like that. I hope you appreciate. But, yeah. Actually enormous army. With that army, they could probably take all of Ireland, not just Connacht. 98%. They have 74 men left. Then it is an equal fight. You know what? We can just disband because we're called in Cantabria. They're here now. They might as well just finish the war for us. It might just tick over to 100% anyway because they don't have the war gold. There we go. 0 gold, even though he loses 500 for no reason. Bit strange, but whatever. Yeah, take that, Gorm. No Ireland for you today, my friend. Well, we accomplished something a bit more, at least today, with that final last duchy conquest. Still not as much as... Hold on, Poa? As in the same Poa as... Oh, God. Oh, God, and that's his heir. That's the guy we conquered it for. The whole like CB we used, it was on his behalf, and I didn't realise that when he dies, it's going to pass over to Brittany. That's a whole new can of worms we have to deal with now. I have an idea. He's 44. He shouldn't be dying quite yet. Yeah, I was going to say he's ill, but he's not even ill anymore. There we go. And I've just matrilineally married him to my family, the Duchess Silly Sock. So hopefully he'll put a babby in her, she'll give birth, and then it won't be set to inherit to him. And even better, it will be ruled by our dynasty, so we get a little bit more renown from it, I think. How much renown are we getting from family members? We have one king, which is me. We have 2 dukes. We have 1 count, and then we have a king by marriage. I don't know who that is. King by marriage. King by marriage? So there's a queen somewhere that is married to our family. Queen. Queen. That is a very big West Francia, very long. They actually even control this little bit here near Montenegro. That's also a very big Great Moravia. Great indeed. Good move, yeah. Thanks for... I did feel pretty good about that. I hope you didn't... Well, I was going to say I hope you didn't notice, but I'm going to mention it now anyway, that I used a hook to force the matrilineal marriage, even though he was willing to accept the matrilineal marriage anyway. So I basically wasted the hook on him. But I wish there was an easier way to see which king by marriage that is. Oh, wait. No, that's me. Captain... No, that's... Huh. Don't know where it is. Yeah, I mean... You gotta make mistakes now and again. Nobody's perfect. We didn't care about that alliance. We don't care about those duchies. We definitely don't want to take Wales. Wales is part of England again. I kept looking at it and wondering why it looked so different. It's because they've absorbed Wales again. Damn. So now they're even stronger, so yeah, we have to finish the original game plan of taking on Ireland and then maybe wrapping around and taking Scotland as well. And then the grand finale will be to take England before we can finally, hopefully, reclaim Britannia. That's the plan anyway. And with that, I think I'm going to end the stream now because my throat's tired of talking and it's getting quite late. Yeah, I think we did alright today. Like I've said a few times already, we didn't do as much as we probably could, but I still had fun. It was pretty chill. So, yeah, I'll just put it on the end screen now and I'll say my bye-byes. I still need to think of a way to end the stream because I never know what to say. Have a good night. Yeah, thanks. You too, man. I appreciate that you only joined, or maybe you only started talking at the end here, but it was nice to have you all the same, and thanks again for the follow. And thanks for the follows earlier, Astra, Ataria, and Splat the Rat. Thank you as well, Horrocks, for the raid right at the start of the stream. That was honestly really good. Really set my mood for the rest of the stream and made my night. Just kept the stream nice and happy since then, especially after the rough start I had. Yeah, thanks to all you guys, and thanks to people in chat for talking. It's always nice to have people to talk to while streaming. You can probably still hear CK3 because I forgot to mute it. Just chiming in with that flute. Right. Anyway, yeah, that's it from me for today then, I think. Hope you have a good night. Sorry I didn't interact much really tired. Don't worry about it, Discreative. It was just nice to know you were even here. Like, even just saying hi for a single message and leaving, that's still appreciated. Can't really explain why. It's just nice to know people are giving me a chance, even if it's a small one, or even if they're here for the full 5 hours, though I don't think anyone's here for the full 5 hours, because that'd be a little bit insane. Yeah, that's it from me then, I think. I should be streaming at the same time tomorrow. If I'm feeling a little bit... I don't know what the word would be. Different, I might do an earlier stream. but probably not. At the very least, I should be alive from 6:30 PM UTC +1 onwards. And I'll probably just be playing CK3 again the entire time, to be honest. I'm really enjoying it lately. And yeah, with that, that's the end of the stream. So thanks again for everyone that came today. As always, much appreciated. Bye-bye for now.